Okay, folks, happy Valentine's Day. Hey there, Jeffrey. So, I haven't been doing a whole lot of stuff this week. I don't think we did a single live session, now that I think about it. That doesn't mean I'm not working things behind the scenes, because I am. And my latest tear is building billboards for Gaslands. I've designed probably a dozen, maybe 14. And it's time to stop designing and start building them. And most of them are I think pretty funny or irreverent or both. Trying to figure out where the hell all my coffee gone. There it is. And I got a lot of extra wood. Some of it's like 30 years old. Balsa wood, basswood. I searched around. Certainly there was somebody on the internet that had already solved this problem, right? How to make billboards. And I came across a guy from, I want to say Australia. I don't know what his name is. His video's on there. His will be the first one to come up. And he had some pretty good ideas. So, I didn't take everything exactly the way he wanted to do it. So I want to do a test run before I go and do this and end up trying to figure this out on my own. And it's fine. I mean, I wanted to use these sticks, these tongue depressors, I think is what they're called, as the base. And I wanted them to be top heavy. I didn't want them to be too top heavy and fall over. And I also didn't want to have to add weights to it. And I've got tons of basswood. Like a lot. Some of it is just the wrong size. I don't even know how I got it, but anyhow, we're going to try to use all the right size ones. And we put cork down here to weigh this down because one thing, I got a lot of cork, especially if we're going to use it in small quantities like this to build this up. And then we added some rocks, and this is kind of the first one that we did. I took his advice and used the poster board, this foam core, which I had some left over, and I don't really have a use for. I probably would have made the back of this of wood, but that makes it even more heavy. So I'm just like, okay, let me just go with how he did it, and I think his base is a lot bigger. I wanted a minimized base, and it's all put together with the magic of hot glue gun. That's really that's the star of the show, is the hot glue gun, because you can just keep going. And if something's in the wrong place and it's something you want to replace, you can pop it off. It probably wouldn't do really well with a balsa, because balsa is kind of furry and styrofoamish in a way. Not really, but it's not really reusable. But it's no mess. It's kind of my new favorite epoxy, because epoxy would make a fucking mess. Now, it does have little stringy things occasionally, so you have to be mindful of making sure those things don't get out of control. But I'm really happy with doing a lot of stuff with this hot glue gun. Should have discovered this years ago. So, just going to take some of these furry things off. This is still kind of drying a little bit, so we're going to go work on the next one. Now, one thing I didn't do on the signs is I didn't make them all standard size. So I don't want to make this frame and make 12 of them and all work. Some of them are all different sizes. So this one is for my Urban Brotherhood. And it'll get a flat coat on it, and we might do some damage on it. Boombox Carnage. Die, Felicia. If you don't understand the reference, well, my condolences. So this is the one that goes with this one. And they're all slightly different. I didn't specifically make them, because we're making these in ChatGPT. And believe it or not, I'm not doing a whole lot of tinkering with this. I mean, I give them some ideas, I'm not a big on writing, and it does the rest. And I'll tinker. I'll put two cars, and okay, make this one an Escalade and make this one a Cadillac. I think that's what I did, and obviously I came up with a name of it, and it's just it's doing a lot of the work itself, and it does a slam up job with it. So, all right, so this one is pretty much ready to go. This one is pretty much ready to go. So let's roll to the next one. And we're going to do the one for Cruel Britannia next. I printed up a couple of them because I didn't know how they were going to turn out and what size. I think I'd rather go larger rather than smaller because a lot of these have a lot of detail and sometimes it doesn't come out well on the printer. So to give you an example, the one for the Asian team, Asian Decimation, this is probably the size I'd want to use, but it didn't have as much detail come out as the larger one. So I'm probably going to use the larger one on that because it's the Godzilla and stuff. Like I added the Godzilla. It didn't add that on to me. Like everything else is pretty much, the prompts I used are really pretty simple. I told them, okay, give me an RX-7 and a Nissan Skyline. And it did everything else, with guns on, with guns on it, and it added Mount Fuji back there, and I'm like, okay, well, we need a Godzilla. That's pretty much it, I tinkered a little bit with the lettering, so yeah, this one's blurry down here. So the one that's really good is this one. So this one will be, their ad will be the big one. So for the Britishers, and like I said, I probably have a bunch more, probably 10 more. I just figured that's going to be a really nice thing to add to this arena to make it look, like it's part of the, that it's part of the narrative that I have created. I'm actually surprised how many people, even though it says in the rule book, you can use for all kinds of different things. I'm surprised how many people have not varied from the teams. I don't really have teams per se, okay? One of the things that teams does in Gaslands is you have a certain number of cars that are part of a team and you get free perks that only that team has. And there's no way to, and they're not necessarily balanced. So I think all like the weapons, the perks, rams, machine guns, all of them have a point value and how many build slots they take and everything else. And I assume that there's some kind of play balance or testing that was done in that to make sure that like everybody's like, oh well, the chain gun's the best, so the best deal, so we're gonna put a chain gun on everybody. I think there's some balance to that. I'm not sure that the teams are really balanced well. It's not important to me, but I looked at the teams and I'm like, all right, well, I'm okay with Rutherford, but I want to call it something else. I don't really want to. Doesn't really, a Blackwater type team doesn't really speak to me to have some boss hog looking redneck dude on it. I'm like, I would have done something else with that, right? But so my teams don't have any special perks that only these guys do. So technically, you could mix and match the cars and it would still work. Like for instance, I've got what's that one car I have? The Bentley. It's Goldilocks, right? Goldilocks really was built as a boombox carnage car, but it's a British car, so technically it could be on Cruel Britannia. And it's not like it loses any of its skills by playing with these guys. So this is the one that we put a Jaguar and a Mini Cooper on there. I think I'm gonna go with the big sign. I kind of like the big sign. So we had to throw that famous word that you guys like to use a lot over there across the pond. Okay. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna make this sign, and this is basically like it's got like custom margins in Excel, and I just made it as big as I could make it, and still fit kind of in the margins. That's what size is it? You know, it's just like there's some models that are box scale, right? And by that is they had a box, they knew what box they were going to put it in, and they made it as big as possible within that scale. This is margin scale, and we'll make it as big as we can for the margins. So, all right. So how did we do this? Because we did this the right way the first time. And about my little cutting, I have a different cutting board now. Not that huge thing. We use that one for modeling. This one is just from the dollar store. And it literally is damn near free. And that's why I won't lose part of my soul by cutting on this. But that's specifically what this one's for. So we're going to cut this first, and that'll decide how big we're going to make the board. Now, I didn't want to, the guy that I saw the video, he actually mounted this on the board originally. I don't want to, because when it's time to paint this, I'm going to put black paint everywhere, and if I put this on it, it's going to take a lot longer to go around the edges, and you know, just for speed, I'm adding this later. So, but like I said, they're all different. So like for instance, Boombox Carnage is this big. Cruel Britannia it's bigger. So and I was going to print more, but I'm like, they're designed. Let me do these 3, and then we'll do some more. I'm probably going to, with as much wood as I have, I'm actually going to have to go to the store and get more, because some sizes I'm okay with, but like I would have never done this. The guy in the video, he's pretty sharp. He did the whole back of it was like made of different pieces like that. I would have never come up with that, you know. And give credit where credit's due. I would have never come up with that. But this is the size board, coincidentally, that is the same size as the nameplates I use on the 20mm figures. So I'm about out of it. So I'm going to try to use a different color backing board on the Cruel Britannia. Maybe a bigger one. I mean, it is a bigger thing, and just see how that turns out. Because I want to keep going. But we built a whole bunch of them. Now, I was really excited when I was doing this, because this is turning out incredibly better than I was expecting. You know, that's a really uplifting thing about this hobby. When you have this expectation and things don't turn out right, you're bummed. But when they turn out better than you could ever hope for, that's like a freaking high, and just makes you want to do more of this. So we're on a bloody tear. And I don't really want to share these in a way where somebody could just steal them. And like if I posted them on Facebook, which would be my normal inclination, where somebody could steal them and start creating lore for my world. I don't mind if people take them, okay? Because it really didn't take that much effort, and I'm always willing to do things for free for the hobby, right? Because, like, I get ideas from other people, too. But I don't want people to create your own damn teams, you know? I don't want people to come up with, you know, dorky names for you know, a Cruel Britannia team using my logo and stuff in their world. Like, dude, create your own stuff. Like, I'm not a fucking genius or anything. Like, you could do it too, you know? So that's the only thing I didn't want, you know, I didn't want to do. I don't want people adding to my lore, because that's like one of the big motivating things for me to keep me going is I like this world that I'm creating, the personalities in this world that I'm creating, and that's why like I don't give a shit if I win or lose. I really don't. I love this game because it's like I'm not keeping score of who's winning. It doesn't matter. We played the other day, and there was like two. We all picked up. I pre-made the teams, right? And then people either picked the team they wanted to play or rolled off for it. I think Luke rolled off for it. Mitch wanted to pick. I don't care. I let Mitch pick one. I took the last. There was two teams left, and Mitch picked the one I was playing. I ended up playing Crew Britannia. I don't care. Now it's stupid if somebody like keeps playing the same team, or if somebody wants to keep playing. Like I'm always going to play. Whoever it is. Okay, if it gets to that point, which I don't think it will with our group, then we got to add steps in. But otherwise, I'm fine just randomly, assigning stuff. I don't feel like I build a new car and I have to drive it first, like DBA. It's very different. I'm spending 2 hours on a car, and by the time we play, I've got 10 new cars. Right? I can't possibly play them all. When you're playing the DBA army, you work on it for 6 fucking months. It's like that's just a big involvement, and just to see this is maybe 30% bigger, and it's not necessarily to a certain scale. It's a little bit taller here, but a lot wider. So this one's more. This one's longer. This one's more square, and that's just how it is. Yeah. So we're gonna make a frame for this. So this is how we did the first one the other day. I think we need this smaller to be able to make it workable. Yeah, okay. Sometimes you have to get off your wallet and not be so damn frugal. And by that means, I'm just going to cut this straight across so it's easier to work with. Okay. It is a lot of fun making stuff out of nothing, as I like to say. Now, if this had been a blackboard, it'd be even better, but it's not really necessary. We can paint this over it. It doesn't really matter. This is the color I happen to have. I'm not sure why I even had this. I must have made something. I just don't remember what the hell it was now. All right, so this corner is probably square. Of course, I could be wrong. One of them is an original corner. I don't feel the need to be super precise at this point. There and there. Now, hopefully this translates into real dimensions, not just some make-believe number, and I prefer to use centimeters. But this thing isn't long enough. Is it long enough in this direction? Also not long enough. All right. Right. Then we will just... Yeah, I didn't want to do this live for the first time and like make. And that's not that I'm afraid of showing mistakes. I show my mistakes all the time. They might help somebody else. But, just like not get anything accomplished or be bummed out. And neither one of those two things happened. But I am conscious that it could happen at any moment. I wish this material wasn't so slippery. But the pencil works really well on it. Okay, that's good. What I have to remember is don't cut, because I don't want to cut on this thing. Why do you have it down? You can have it down. I don't know. That's a damn good question. But this cutting board was rather expensive, and I don't want it to look shitty. You know, when my desk is clear, I want everything to look clean. I don't like excess noise. All right, we're going to cut all the way through this. Go all the way through? Yes, we did. And we're doing the bottom line here. Now, the guy who did this before in the video, he used PVA. I am not a PVA fan. I am not in a hurry, but I don't have all fucking day long to wait on PVA to dry. Because as a general rule, I would much rather, like right now, go and finish this up than start working on another one. But I can't. So I either have to do something different. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Okay. Excellent. Put this thing off to the side and move this over here. Put your glasses on so I can find myself. And the border that we used is not the same as not the same as the backing. We used this one. Let's see. Do we have more of this? If not, we could change it up. These aren't made to a standard. These are, what's that word that I dislike that everybody likes to use all of a sudden? They're bespoke. Shut up, I'm bespoken. Let's see any candidates that would be for this. I might actually have enough more backing board to do. Oh, looks like I was creating something with this. That might actually be useful. I got some of this stuff like 1995. That one might be an option. Yeah, these are two things. I think these were for ships. I think this was basically for my 1/2400 scale ships. This is I was creating back when I was first doing 20 millimeter. I'm like creating my custom houses. You know, before 3D printing existed, like, that's a colossal waste of time. Especially because I didn't have a show, you know. At least if I did it now, you know, I'd have people help keep me on track. Let's get all these candidates out here. This is another one for the back. Yeah, maybe I got more than I thought I did. I had to snap these in half because I wanted them in this drawer. Otherwise, they were just like in this box sticking way the hell out, and I couldn't deal with them. So when I kind of put this room together, I snapped a lot of these in half so they would fit in this container here, in this drawer. Man, but the hot glue gun is freaking magic. Magic. Get yourselves one if you don't have one. Yeah, I'll make sure you need it first, because I'm not a fan of buying stuff and then not using it. That's stupid. I'm glad to say I got a fair amount of this stuff. Well, let's make sure we don't use it all. We got to go to the store and buy more. We want to compare it. Okay, I think that's good enough. Now, a couple of these are real similar. Coffee. This one's a little wider. Let's set that off to the side. Okay, these are the backs. That's what the guy used. The guy used balsa wood. I'm not a fan of balsa wood because it's kind of weak, but really these things aren't super hardy, so you need to be careful with them. I had one sign that was had on top of the cantina that broke off. One of the people I was playing with broke it. I wasn't upset because I didn't mean to do it, and the way it happened, I could have done it. We had it somewhere where he was reaching over and he just clipped it. It's kind of the sign was kind of weak anyways, and you know, so we need to make things a little hardy. Maybe not put them in a place where you got to reach over. I totally would have done that as well. So, and it wasn't like what he did wasn't repairable. I already repaired it, but okay. So, this is the size. Man, they're ever so slightly different. Okay, but this is not the same. This is the same as this one. It doesn't really matter which one I use as long as I have enough to go all the way around. And this isn't going to do it. This could do a long side and a short side. So do we have more of this? I don't think this is the same. Man, it's not, but it's close. Well, it doesn't have to be that one. Hell, you could do the top and bottom and here's the same one. This is the same one as this one. Okay, do we have a little bit more of it? That one. I think it's a little not as long. Okay, this is the backing board size, so is this one. So is that one. So is that one, that's good. Okay, these are the larger ones. This is also the same as that, okay. Okay, so this is what we have. All right, well, with that said, do you have more of this? I bet I do. So we can make the top and the bottom in this one and then do the sides. Thank you. In this. That works. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Now, how thick is this? Yeah, we're gonna cut this a little longer. So we bring that piece in. And I don't mind if there's a little bit of an overhang. Yeah, that should be good. It's built by criminals for criminals. All right, hot glue gun's fired up. Let's cut these pieces where they need to be. I don't have anything thicker than this, do I? Because I'm okay using it thicker, because that could be... We're gonna be able to use all this. I have an idea. What did you find another one? You should organize your pieces of wood. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm not in a fucking hurry. One of the joys of this hobby is to not be rushed. There's no point in being too orderly, you know. When you die, the people that come after you are just going to throw all this shit in the garbage can anyways. Well, hopefully not the things that are made. You know, nobody's going to save this extra wood. All right. What did I even pull out? Just this extra piece here. Now I like what I like what I was doing. Let's just use this on the sides, and then this longer one is I do have more of it. This is the same, right? Yeah, this is the same. This can go on the top. All right, let's get our little pencil. That overhangs good. Maybe like there. I should be able to cut on this. I don't want to use that too much because if I need to cut paper or something, I don't want a bunch of cuts in it that are going to make my line go off to the side. Okay. And that's a remnant. And we're going to make another one like this. Or close to it. I mean, this is basically free. I already had all this shit. And I'm not doing anything with it. Okay, so we have one on the top and the bottom. Let's go ahead and glue the top and the bottom. All right, we're going to pick the side that's in better shape for the front. It doesn't make a huge difference. Put another cartridge. I figured, oh, this is going to be a problem because it's foam core, so it's going to melt the hot glue gun is going to melt this foam. I don't see where it did that. I mean, you know, it's hot, but I mean, that's on better now than it would be with PVA. And it's like, we can move on, you know. I'm not a PVA fan. It just takes too long to dry. And it reactivates also. Which, you know, this stuff reactivates too. I mean, if I put the stuff I slop on here, if it's too wet, reactivates. Now, this didn't, what do you call it? Bend as it dried. But that's also why there's like cork almost all the way across the bottom, so it's on the cork. Cork handles wet things on it really well. It doesn't warp. I don't want to get into paint both sides because, like, we need to build, then we do the paint. It looks like we cut this one a little bit longer right here. Well, we'll trim it when it's together. It's not perfect. Made for criminals by criminals. One thing I wish the cord on this thing was a little bit longer. But things would be going too well then. Now the guy in the video actually put like little lattice or something on the bottom, and I really liked the way it looked. That looked. I mean, I wouldn't want that on every one of them, but I just don't have any lattice, so I can't do that. Man, cardboard is. Now I wish it wasn't from boxes because it's got that airspace in it, so it's squishy a little bit and it doesn't bounce back. But it's free. I ran out of the regular cardboard that I normally use. People aren't collecting it for me like they used to in the office. But cardboard is really handy to build things up against. Like all those tanks with separate link track work superb for it. Lay it out. Your tracks don't stick to this. Superb. All right, we got two sides now. Let's not use this thicker one, okay? Let's use we might need that for something else. I got a lot more of this, so let's use this. The fuck am I doing? Well, this side I thought was cut and it wasn't. Okay, well, that's... We'll remedy that like that. Okay, does this have a little border? Where's my Cruel Britannia? Moving it out of the way so it wouldn't get any slop on it. There it is. I think it's got a border on it. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, cool. Yeah, so using this thinner one isn't that big of a deal. So one of the teams, Jeffrey, I had to get your people involved in this. One of the teams, my Rednecks, you know, they have a Confederate looking flag, but the colors are reversed. I decided not to put stars on them. You know, that way it has all of the connotation, but none of the offense. It did not want to do. I was telling them, okay, this is what the flag looks like, and I want it in the back, and they're like, they could smell that I was forcing them to make a Confederate flag. So I basically, one thing you can do is you can replace colors. So I basically told them to make a Scottish flag. Make a Scottish flag and put it in the background, because it's basically the same. I wanted a blue background flag. And then when I was done with it, I just said, hey, replace the white with the red, and then I went around the issue, you know. We're not trying to make anything racist or white supremacist. You know, we're making fun of these hillbillies. And if you're not from the United States, you can't have rednecks without having stuff with Confederate-ish looking flags. That's an immediate tie-in. So, you know. I mean, I'm not offended by any of that stuff, but got to keep the bots at bay. I think we need something a little bit harder to push up against than this. So I had to put a Scottish flag on it. And then just remove it. Just remove the... Okay, and the fact that this looks a little haphazard, I think plays into its hand nicely. Now, I don't know why this thing becomes every time. That used to not happen. Maybe I'm just using X-Acto knives so much more than I used to, and you see it all now. Let's add a little bit here. And this dries quicker than anything, even than epoxy. Because epoxy is like wet, wet, sticky, wet, wet, wet. Oh shit, it's dry. Oh, it's dried. You know, so it's not bad, but you couldn't rub your finger up against it and stuff. You'd have a tacky mess. I'm not knocking epoxy. I'm just saying that, you know, you just have to be mindful of those things. All right, let's see how we did on our borders. And it's going to be close enough because we can just adjust this a smidge. And I may actually vary the color of the wood of some of these. And they could also be steel. They don't have to be wood. This could be, I mean, really, this probably should be steel. I mean, this would, but the support frame. We'll see. Okay. All right, next things first, what I really wanted to do is, but it was going to be too top heavy, is have these so I could use them as borders around the racetrack, which you can, but also tall enough so you could put them behind this and you'd still be able to see them. But in doing such, it would just make them really top heavy. So I didn't want to do that. And I think the balance of this is pretty good. I mean, I just got to remember, I got to put it somewhere that when you're reaching over, you're not tipping something back. All right. Geez, we got anybody on here on my monologue? Good morning, folks. All right. We're going to do this one a little different. We're going to use 3 supports for this one. It's a little bit longer. I'm going to do 3 supports. And we're going to do 3 supports in an unusual way because I was doing 2 and trying to add a third one. My math skills were being put to the test. Also because, and I'm going to do it differently because the way the guy did this, I'm not saying he did it wrong, but it did take a little bit longer. I'm not really in a hurry, but I might as well be efficient with my time. Is we glued these supports first, and then we put the little wood pieces on it, instead of being able to use a long piece all the way across and then attaching this to it. So this one, we're going to use long pieces across it. When that's down, then we'll glue the supports to that over it. And let's just see how it works. Maybe I won't like it as much. Maybe it'll work better, you know? And because I have a ton of this wood, a ton, this is what we're going to use for the back of it. The stuff that I was using for ships. I have a ton of this stuff. Okay, 1. The thinner the better. This one's even thinner than that. 1 And I really don't have a use for that thin stuff. Here's another one that's thin. I'm just going to not worry about the remnants. I mean, I'll probably get 2 rows out of this. And what we're going to do is we're going to split it and make smaller pieces out of it. At least that's what I think I'm going to do. That was too thick. And that way we can put a dent on some of these larger pieces too. Oh, look, found another support. Excellent. The only thing I do want to stick to is I want to put them on the tongue depressors. I got lots of tongue depressors. They're a good size. It's not too imposing on anything else. Look, we got even a bigger one here. Is that enough? Well, by the time we use the remnants, that's enough. All right. I don't hate how this turns out. We'll see. Was this another one? Yeah. We'll keep that around. These are all the same thickness, and then we'll put the supports over that. And that'll save us a lot of time. I think it'll save us a lot of time. All right. And, we don't, this doesn't need to look professional. This needs to look like it's, it's been out in Borderlands. Maybe not Borderlands. Borderlands got skulls and shit everywhere. Caution tape, but that sort of thing. All right, so let's take this larger one. And let's even one of the ends out. More or less. My garbage handy? Because it needs to be. Oh, it's underneath this? Okay. Let's scoot that over. All right. This doesn't need to be precise at all. Oh. No, well, I am, but not tonight. Not today. We're not today. Okay, so I'm going to say, cut this in 4. So let's split it in half. Or so. Shit, I could probably wing it. We know this piece is all going to go together. Okay? And then let's split this in half again. Okay? And then let's keep this together so it doesn't get out of hand. Okay, and this big one, we're just going to cut it in half. This has got to be significantly quicker. Okay, and this one's coming up next, and that's coming up next after that. Yeah, I don't need any more cars. I do have, I don't know that I'm going to get to it today, but I do have a building I'm going to do. Just like I made the cantina. I found this packaging thing. I believe a fan came in this. Looks like a roundhouse, honestly. And I'm probably either going to make a maintenance shop out of this. This might be Marty's shop, or it might be my diner. So I think it might be a little too big for the diner. I think this would be good for Marty's shop. Okay, did we glue that on there? Okay, cool. Let's put the other one on there. So yeah, I mean, making stuff out of this free shit. I have a lot of this wood. I'm also disappointed with the game from the standpoint that there aren't any game modes in the game that really. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, well, we don't want this all to be one piece. So we're going to split this here. And we're going to split this one, say, here. There aren't really any game modes that I think are much worth doing, other than Death Race. But there's a lot of different ways to do a Death Race type thing. Yeah, well, this will bend, man. We could bend this like Beckham. So let's go ahead and put this piece over here. And it's also a lot less cutting because it took a while. It took too long for what I was doing. Like, I didn't really mind the process, but I'm like, if there's a quicker way to do it, let's do it a quicker way. Let's do this one on this. You see, we have a little gap there. I'm all right with that. And like I said, we're using big pieces of these big pieces that really don't have a use for, per se. And I mean, the reality is I could have made it flat and just paint it like it was made of wood. I mean, I really could do that, but probably would have been quicker. But let's split this one in half again, or so. Up next. Where's that happy thing? Did I put it back? I never put things back. Yeah, there you go. I didn't put it back. This came with like 100 glue sticks. I'm like, I'm never going to use those 100 glue sticks. Well, I may still never use 100 glue sticks, but I'm going to come close because we're using the heck out of this. I'm glad I'm not using super glue. That shit's expensive. And hard to work with, too. Now I'm probably going to hand paint the primer on this, just black paint. Using an airbrush I airbrushed, oh, the ramp. It took forever. Well, I airbrushed the ramp because it was made out of a material that the paint wasn't going to stick to really well. Even with the primer, the primer base. So I'm like, I got to apply this evenly so we don't have an issue later on. And I guess I could just put big pieces and then cut them when they're on here, but I want it to fit together a little haphazardly. And you're not going to be able to do it that way. It's going to be all like, it'll fit together really well otherwise. Okay, that was the first piece that we did, and I think we were going to do a small one in the middle, and then a large one at the top, and then maybe something in here between them. And this one even sticks out a little bit farther. I think it's probably because it's overlapping a little bit, and I kind of like it. And an unintentional happy mistake. Happy Accidents 101. Now, I'm gonna take a little sidetrack here. I got something in here. Let me see if I can find it. It should be on top. And I don't remember exactly what's in here. That's terrain-wise. I have some signs that we could somehow work in it. Man, we got to build some Mini Coopers. I got like 8 or 10 head of Mini Coopers. And those are all going to be buggies. And buggies are fast, nimble, and blow up really quick. So they ought to be fun. It's not there. Not there. I'm only going to look for it for a little bit. It's something Marty did. It's not there. Those are the ones that came from the used place. This Marty stuff? Yeah, here they are. There's some signs in here. Let's see what they say. Okay. That's the universal stop. You're going to have, some of these are going to have graffiti on them. Oh, this one literally says stop. We're going to have to write in white on it, don't, on top of it. Right? I guess this is a truck passing zone. Caution, or hazard in this case. Bridge in 100 feet, overpass. A people crossing, yeah. I think there's some rules for pedestrians in it. I'm probably going to come up with my own. I'm going to see what gets created. Here's a tank. This is going to end up being for the Mexicans. Taco tank. Is it? Is that all the signs we have? It's not, you can't make your own. Yeah. Put them on top. I just thought about that. What the hell does that come with? Okay, so we're going to have the larger one at the top, and then one of these in the middle, And then this one down here, I think. That's probably what we're going to do. All right, let's do the same thing with this one. How's this holding up? You know, and I'm not sure that I'm not going to add more detail to it. I mean, this could have a little platform here. Where's this clown? Here he is. I might put a platform on the front. So if you have a little platform on the front, this guy can hang out next to it, and when he comes by, he can take shots at people. Now, he's not going to be hanging on the Cruel Britannia sign. He'll be on the redneck sign, because that's what this guy looks like. But that's an option. The figures are what are expensive. The figures are expensive. The good thing is, I got decades of painting figures and faces, so I got that working for me. I'm not scared of figures. There's just like a dearth of them. Mr. Ben, geez, just got here. No need to ask where the clown is. Huh? Yeah, we had to stop making our clown cars. Yeah, this is you just got here. Okay, well, this is the first one. It's not done yet, but I stole this idea from an Australian on YouTube. Is that really a crime, stealing from somebody from Australia? Just paying it backwards. I'm kidding. We don't need to make fun of Australia. We have Georgia. That's our prison colony, right? That's America's Australia, Georgia. Also, did you hear Irregular is shutting up shop and also Lancer closing? Yeah, everybody's getting out of it. And I don't know that it's 3D printing stuff. I think it's just these people that are they're older. They want to retire, and nobody in their family wants to continue because. And I've worked at a hobby store before. It is not a moneymaker. It's like there's basic things that you need to pay for, and it's not exactly a lucrative business. I wonder if I'll be fucking damned. Well, let's just not even use that one. Yeah. So far, this is definitely going quicker than the other way. The other way is not the wrong way to do it. I'm just spending a lot of time doing things that just don't seem a good use of my time. Yeah, everybody's shutting down. I'm not going to be buying any 15 millimeter figures anytime soon, if ever again. I have a lot to do, but I won't ever wanted to get back into that. And well, I can't play DBA again. I can't play a game called DBA anything. And if I was to get back into it, and I'm not, the problem with getting back into it is it kills all this. Like, I can't do this and that, right? Because I don't want to continue playing the game and not build armies for it. But let's say I got back into a game like DBA, a DBA-ish type game. I'd want to film games. I wouldn't run it at a convention, and it would just be my games, and if you don't like the way we run it, then tough titty. I probably wouldn't post it anywhere online because I'm not really interested in getting into... I mean, it's not like I want to play the game my own way, but you get shit wrong all the time. And one of the worst things you can have is people that are just rules lawyers that have nothing better than to argue about how you did something wrong. And it's just like, it's just never good enough for them. So it's like, fuck them. I I wouldn't post. I wouldn't promote my videos in a place that I don't have control over silencing people when they say negative things. And I haven't come across much of that. And I don't really know why. I don't really engage in that kind of behavior anyways. Like there's lots of stuff I don't like on the internet. I don't have to comment on it. It's not like I don't really like the way you did that. Like what benefit is that going to do? You're going to discourage people, right? So I don't engage in stuff like that. And I don't have a tolerance for it either. So like for instance, on one of the things that burned me out is on Fanaticus, for example. There's some people on there that have never played the fucking game, but yet they have enough, they have just as much enough representation as someone who's played the game a lot of times. I'm not saying I don't get things wrong, but I'm like, your opinion, it really isn't, it's the difference between a republic and, well, it's probably a bad example these days, but intentionally is, you don't want a democracy where people don't know what the hell they're talking about, have as much of a representation as other people. And that's just, you got some people, you got trolls. And I can't tell you how many times I see something wrong on some forum. It doesn't matter whether it's about a war game or Diablo or anything like that, where people specifically put down wrong information, even though it's maybe not intentionally, they're not intentionally being nefarious. But then it comes to light that they put something that was wrong that was sending people off a cliff and they don't delete it. Like they leave that wrong information there. And it's like, it's just exhausting having to manage all that. So if I was going to do any other games, and that's why I have not posted on any of the Gasland groups that I have Gasland videos. Because I don't want to have a narrative there. Who knows if people watch like the whole game or they just watch parts of it. I'm sure we got stuff wrong. I don't care. We had a good time. I don't really want to engage in a negative narrative. That's not what I need out of this hobby. I don't participate. I don't behave myself in such a way also, and I'm not interested in people's opinion. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I don't go anywhere and discuss politics or argue shit or, I'm not interested in that. So I see something like negative, I'll usually block the person. I don't even respond to them. Like I don't want to hear anything out of your mouth again. And I've done that a few times. And I don't feel bad about it. Like you did it yourself. So if I was to do something like, a DBA-ish type game, that's what I would do. I'd play with Mitch and other people here. I'm not going to go to cons. I'm not going to waste all this effort trying to promote something that it's just not going to be able to get any bigger. There's just some people that just aren't going to be interested in playing. And I don't care. I'm having fun with it. I'm being creative. I'm not drinking anything other than tea and coffee. We're having a good time here. So, Frontline. Wait, not Lancer. The other ones that do 20 millimeter. Frontline. Yeah, Frontline aren't very good. But with that said, I have some of their stuff and they paint up okay. They don't deserve to close down, but I'm sure it's what it is, They don't have anybody to take over their business. And, because they're not interested in it. And they also don't want to starve. I'm not saying Frontline is starving. I'm just saying that these hobby guys, they're not making they're not making money hand over fist. Especially when a lot of people won't settle for anything but the best. I'm not saying I'm one of those people. I mean, I take it into, consideration, but there's some people that are like, that's just not very good. I don't know why you're, well, look at the cost point. overage there. I want to deal with that before. Okay, that one was there. Yeah, I got out of whack. It's not super critical, but yeah, like that. What's up, Hoffman? How many signs I got? Well, just one, because I did his method, so it took a while. But this is the tester. So we got it on a tongue depressor, which we had to adjust because I didn't want it to be this long. I actually got these to do minefields, to do little posts and run wire through them to make a wire, and I just never got around to it. And they're easy to pick up, but I'm like, okay, let's use the stuff that we have. But the backing just took a long time to do. Not saying it turned out bad, but I'm like, okay, we can do better than that. And we're gonna paint all this black and do it before we go and glue the graphics on here and have to worry about getting a little bit on it and then reprinting it. You know, it's like, let's be smart with our time. So, but they're not all the same size. I didn't print them. You know, this is the Cruel Britannia one. We might make this one taller or shorter. Or, damn it! Now this is all out of whack again. But you can make some amazing stuff with that Chat GPT. I mean, some amazing stuff for it. I was thinking, whenever I want to do World War II, it's like I want to make an advertisement for, whatever to put on the side of a French house. Like they'd have all those nasty aperitifs or whatever, Easy to do. And it's cool that you can do it. It takes some time to process it. It's actually sped up quite a bit. But you can go and do something else. Like, okay, do this. And then walk away from it. Just walk away from it and come back. That's what I did with the Mexican one. I already had kind of a logo for the Mexican one. I'm like, yeah, they're going to have a new one. That one just turned out amazing. I gave it such little prompts, and it just came out with a masterpiece. Probably looks better than anything Michelangelo ever did, to be honest with you. Not that Michelangelo made crap. I'm just saying that one's freaking amazing. Freaking amazing. I did like hardly any prompts to it. So this is just too cool not to share with other people. So like I said, I just don't want to post pictures of them on the Gaslands group before, as an image, because I don't want somebody stealing the image. Stealing is probably the bad word. I don't want somebody using the image and creating their world using my ideas. Because then it's not that, I want to copyright it or anything like that. I just don't want to somehow that becomes part of their narrative, because that's like really the thing. The thing that's really excites me about this is creating all the characters and the zaniness and all that shit. So like, but I'm surprised how many people actually like the author's narrative. Good for them. I mean, you do what you want, but yeah, I'm not doing Beverly and all that stuff. It just seems it's not quite what I'm looking for. So let's see what we got. Making 1940s ads is a great idea. I didn't think about that when printing signs for your old Shanghai build. I mean, I'm telling you, that is freaking amazing. What's amazing is what you get right off the bat. I mean, sure, you can tinker with it, and that's when my wife mentioned it. My wife mentioned it a lot. That one of the things happens is when you tinker with an image, it starts adding in. We'll call it noise, because that's a term I seem to be using a lot. It started creating, so like, let's say you do an image, it'll start adding like something in the corner that maybe you don't want, that it carries over from image to image. So you have to kind of be mindful of that. But it's not that big of a deal. Just go back to another thing. Sometimes you have to just start from scratch. As she said. That's what she said. But it is a huge tool. And but like anything else, I think you need to have an idea of what you want before you just start throwing stuff out there. You know, but just sitting there and like doing it. Okay, let's see what it comes up with. You can't do that. You need to like make a sign for such and such, and then walk away. Go fold some clothes. Go do some laundry. Come back in 5-10 minutes. See what they got. Oh, that's cool. Okay, change this. Go away again. Not just be on your phone the whole damn time, because then it looks like it takes a long time. So it's super super cool. And it kind of helps you brainstorm things too. You ask it, hey, give me some mottos for whatever, and it just gives you a bunch of stuff on there, and it'll repeat some things, but it helps you. It's like having somebody around to brainstorm with, without having somebody around to brainstorm with. You know, ChatGPT is getting a lot better with image generation, but I think Mid-Journey is still ahead of them. Mid-Journey is the one that I started with. I heard about it a couple of years ago, and I created a DBA plaque, couple of DBA plaques using it. And of course, that was a couple of years ago. I'm sure but we're already paying for ChatGPT, so you might as well use that one. You know, that's all. I mean, the wife's the one really that uses it, and she used it for like when we went to Spain last year. She's like, okay, put together an itinerary of so many days going to these places, and we'd like to see this, and it did the rest. We didn't let it take it wherever we wanted to. I mean, shit, I'm driving. We're not going wherever the hell it wants to. That's one of my better skills, is not getting lost. I want to take that away from me. I think somehow we got. Nope, this is not the top edge. Okay, so this one we're going to split here, here, and there. Okay. But she uses it a lot for different things. I hate writing, so it helps me a lot. Not that I've used it a lot for this, but it helps me a lot getting away from writer's block. So I have it put something together, and then I tinker with it. But at least this gives you something to tinker with. So I really like it for. I'll be using it more and more each day. But you still need to be the one that's like, you need to like. Now here's a cool thing. I've said this before. I'm not a good typer. I'm too old. I'm too old, and I never took like typing in high school or anything like that. So I have to look at the keyboard as I type. So I make a lot of dyslexic grammatical type errors that I need to proofread all my stuff anyways. I have to, it's not like I just get it right the first time. So I guess it doesn't bother me so much, because I kind of have to do that I have to kind of review what I wrote anyways. If I was not using anything, if I was just kind of doing it on the fly. So I guess in that respect, it doesn't bother me so much. I don't know how much it is a month. It's the one where it's unlimited. It's the unlimited one. Because I asked her, I said, I'm using this a lot. It's like, yeah, I went on there and it's like, you got all kinds of stuff going on. I said, well, you're the one that sold me this thing that's freaking great, so it's like, oh, we got unlimited. I said, okay. We're not going to, go out of control, because You can't spend all day on that thing. Eventually, you have to do something with the things you create. But it's pretty amazing. It is pretty amazing. I guess if you were a prolific artist, because I guess it takes from other people stuff that it finds on the web or whatever. Not sure how it works. Don't care. If you're a prolific artist and used it, you might actually find some of the stuff of maybe something you worked on in there being used by it. You know, I'm guessing. So, Francois, what's up, man? New setup. It's just the other side. This is just the other side. This is the right side. That's the left side over there. This has the adjustable one, which I need to keep it close to that height. Or I was building this off camera. I was building this one off camera yesterday, and I had when I went to bed, I'm like, man, my neck hurts. I realized, oh shit, this is at the computer gaming height, not at the workshop height. So, yeah, we don't want one of those headaches that linger all freaking day long. Oh, what do we got here? Did you see the online protest? No. Protests turn me off. That's for people that don't have enough, they don't get worn out by jobs. Did you see the online protest because one of the AIs got updated and people had literally fallen in love with the old one? No. People need to go touch grass. If you're more than of an introvert than I am, you got problems. I guess I'm just not that much of an introvert. I mean, I think I am, but I guess I'm not. You know, I like to be social. The problem is I just can't. I can't talk about. You know, I'm not going to talk about football or politics or religion. So like, what do you got left? Gaming stuff. But I'm also not. I'm not someone who likes to. Well, I said this. I don't want to die on a hill. There's only one subject I'm going to die on a hill about, and I don't like to talk about it. But other than that, I'm like, I'm not on a crusade here. Let's. Had the old guys that walk in the neighborhood every morning. This last week, they were out there, and there's two of them that walk together as a couple, even though they're not a couple. A couple old guys, I'll be there one day, and they walk every morning, and I run into them occasionally when I'm driving out, and they caught up with a third guy, and they were sitting in the middle of the road, and I rolled my window down just to fuck with them and said, hey, we're in Florida, not Minnesota. You can't just fucking block the roads like like you own the place. No protests for me. They don't change anything, you know. And they always do stuff the wrong way, Even if you like agree with people protesting something, they always manage to you know, destroy stuff of people that aren't really involved in it. Like, if you're angry at the man, whoever that might be, go to the man's house and go destroy his property. Not just, I'm not saying that's right, but that at least makes sense. Not just like, oh, we'll torch this Wendy's. Why? Because it's here. Okay, we split that one in two. We made two pieces of wood out of that one. And this these look haphazard. It's definitely quicker than the other way. My girlfriend lives in other computer type stuff. It's really sad. That's version 4.0. It's a bummer they're taking away. You could do things the current model cannot. No people had unhealthy relationship with AI, but that's more grok now. What the hell is that? Uh, most people just upset because 4.0 was so much more efficient. Some tasks at 5.2. Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about, but I just don't get it. For instance, I've said this before. Like, I don't come from an online dating age. It came out too late. But one of the benefits I would think about online dating is just be yourself, right? You don't have to worry about getting rejected or maybe, like you're not even being rejected, but you're being some awkward situation. Nobody wants to be rejected like in public and stuff like that. So like it's a perfect opportunity to just be yourself. Don't misbehave, but be yourself. Lay it all out there. Maybe not lay it all out there, but you know what I'm saying? Just like, what you're into. Post accurate pictures. And then if somebody meets you, like you don't waste your time, you're not, you know what I mean? But what I understand is people are doing the opposite. They're making themselves be out like some movie stars, and then people. Yeah, I don't understand that concept. And maybe there's so many people living in fake lives. I just don't understand it. So I'm just not in tune with most people. So we need to take a little bit off the top. So how wide are we going to go with this thing? Let's get a width here. It's got to be close. This is put together by criminals, and there's no OSHA or no regulations, no building regulations. This could fall on somebody if they're not looking. It's more audience votes if it falls. Grok is Elon Musk's AI. Okay. Don't be sending pics of your stug mantle to them. Is that what that was? It looked like a flamethrower. It looked like a flamethrower coax. Is what it looked like. I don't really know. I don't really know what vehicle that was because it almost looked like it was a British vehicle, and there's no British vehicle that has a flamethrower coax. I mean, it wasn't a Churchill, so. Yeah, it just seemed like lately a lot of people have turned into these Japanese tourists. And by Japanese tourists, I mean like the people that come from Japan that go to Walt Disney World. And they're like uber nerds with like the freaking camera and like taking pictures of every little thing. And I'm like, dude, man, like, grow up a little. It's just all make believe shit. And there's probably people that are like that aren't Japanese, but back in the day, that's what it was. It was these Japanese eccentrics. I like Japanese stuff, but man, them people can be weird. There's weird people everywhere. I'm just saying that's what you see at Magic Kingdom. Back before everybody had cell phones and stuff, right? They just go hog wild with cameras. You know, really zoomed in. And I thought it was a Stug. Well, it's got to have a 75 millimeter gun going through it, and that little hole in it, a little too small. Stug. All right, how are we going to split this thing? Let's split it in half. Split it in half again. Split it in half. And split it in half again. That way we're using these big pieces of wood we don't have a use for. This is all basing for 1/2400 ships. So, I've had this damn near 30 years. 30 years. I've had this 30 years, not done anything with it. Better use it before it biodegrades. Before it turns into a dinosaur. Wait, that's wood. That doesn't happen that way. I'm all for things turning into dinosaurs, but not dinosaurs with feathers. My dinosaurs don't have feather boas. That's a bit too RuPaul Mardi Gras for me. I didn't think I was going to say RuPaul today, did you? I didn't either. Yeah, so I figure I'd make these before I create the other ones because there's some amazing ones out there. But I don't mind sharing it with people. I just don't want to share it in a public forum where people are all of a sudden like, okay, well, I have a Crew of Britannia team and it has, and I don't want them writing lore for my world, you know. That's it. That's the only reason. I'm all for, man, I share everything, you know. We want to keep everybody's juices flowing. It's a freaking fantabulous hobby. And I was just telling the wife yesterday. I said, arts and crafts classes or art classes in school, and I'm talking about grade school, are stupid. They could be having people do this, or something with a point, not just like bring spray paint and I don't know if they still do that. Make a collage out of like old newspaper thing. Just fuck that shit. Like make creative things, like stuff that actually like is useful, not bullshit. You know, pointless bullshit. You're painting 1/2400 scale ships, really? Oh, you got tumbling dice stuff too. Well, Ben's all into tumbling dice as well. I guess I never found 1/6000 scale stuff. So I guess if I got back into it, I'm more likely to do 1/2400 scale ships than DBA or something than DBA again because the commitment to doing a 1/2400 scale ships is you just get 8 of them and you just build scenarios around that. And I would be doing Victorian stuff. I don't want to do World War One or World War Two. I've done that. I don't have a problem with it, but it's like there's a lot of. I like this whole team thing. I don't want to do too corny. Like you don't want to be like, okay, well we're gonna have the Yamato and the Vittorio Veneto and the Bismarck on one side. No, we're not doing that. But I mean, just stuff as far as cooperating, and I think it would be cool. I think it would be cool. Whatever happened to those guys that were doing I want to say it was 1/1800 scale ships that were all fat and chubby. That I actually liked the look of them in a way. You know which ones I'm talking about. They were like twice as fat, you know. But I'm kind of done with this is how you have to play the rules and you got to play it this way or. Look, if we all agree to play it a certain way, and it's not like it's Tony's way or the highway, it's our group's way or the highway. You need to agree with the people that you're playing with. But what I was talking about with Luke, when we played the other day and Luke was there, he was commenting that still had a bunch of the Hero Clicks. I'm like, Hero Clicks would be a great game to go in there and tinker and put our own spin on, not necessarily tinker with anything that's actually on the click base, but to actually, like who goes next or kind of thing. Just doing the whole quirk method would work a lot better. I think. Make it less predictable about who goes next. But, having to consult the people that are on a fact group that don't respond, that all fight amongst themselves. And, it's like, I'm not interested in that. That just sounds like congressional bullshit. And not get a resolution. So you have the same problem cropping up again. Every game's going to have issues that are not solved. That you need to solve them so that it can run smooth. We're almost done. Almost done. Tumbling dice broke your miniatures curse. I order from the 4th of God the 12th. Ooh, that's old shipping days. Excellent. You need to send me some pictures of them. Shit, I should have sent you that file that I sent Ben. I'm going to do that now, so I don't forget. Hope you don't mind. You'll like this. I would have sent it to you. I didn't know you were working on that stuff. So, I only have it for the pre-dreadnought. So, if you're not interested in it, I'm sorry. Only because they're kind of wonky and who makes them. Where's my other plug? There we go. All right, we're going to, let's minimize this. Boy, this is running jerky. Let's minimize this. I don't know what you guys are seeing, if you're seeing anything at all. This will just take a moment, I think. I'll just do it afterwards. How about that? So what I did was I created an Excel file of who makes 1/2400 scale pre-dreadnoughts between Hallmark and tumbling dice, so I can process. Okay, maybe I want some Danish ships. Who makes them? Instead of going between a bunch of different pages. So, and I organized it in columns by nation. So, you have the starter fleets, Russia, Japanese, temporarily sidelined, ended up with a bunch of cobblestone future wars troopers. Now, as long as you're working on something, hopping around isn't an issue, unless the hopping around causes a problem for you. But I think you just need to. Got to keep the creative juices flowing. So if that's what works for you, then do that. I'll send that to you when I'm off the air. Maybe you'll find some use to it. I mean, I already created it. I mean, what I mostly had was World War II. And I kept like 3 of them or something. And they were ones that I painted recently, so they look decent. The old ones, they don't look decent. I'm not happy to look at them, let's put it that way. And they all got sold on. Well, that's how I got all the Vallejo paints. It's from selling all of them. I had about 500 of them. About 300 of them were painted, I'm guessing. This fits on there pretty good. Let's split this in, let's put this here. Let's split it here. Inhaling these metal shavings is fun. Boshin War. Yeah. Well, I was finding myself that I was going in between the different manufacturers. Because what I'd like to do, and I've talked about this before, is do ideally before the Spanish-American War. Because that way you could throw Spain in there as well. Not that they have a big fleet, but it's just something else. So if you did something like 1895 or whatever, or 1890 or something, so you could have like a Victorian World War. Victorian period World War. So you could have like Italy and Spain, being together against the French or something. I don't know, but just things like that. But the kicker would be how to paint all the ships differently, because a lot of them have the same paint schemes. And that just isn't going to fly for me. Right? Like the British, as a general rule, did black hulls, white upperworks, ochre funnels. Well, sometimes the Japanese did the same thing. Well, we can't do that. And sometimes the Russians did the same thing. So You need to be able to put them out there. And if I based them now, this is what I'd base them on tongue depressors. You round the front and make the back flat. Probably put the name of it on the back. You know. I do like the names on stands. The rounded. Mine weren't like that. They were square. Or rectangular. Definitely rectangular. You can't put them on a square unless it's that round Russian ship, right? It'd be on a square base. Admiral, whatever the hell it's called. Okay, let's see how this Cruel Britannia fits in here. Pretty good. Okay, this may have seemed like it took a long time, and it did, but it was quicker than the other way. And it made me use pieces of wood I don't have a use for. I don't have a use for this size. It's too long. So, and then we have this back instead of this type of a back. And they're all going to be different. We're going to hand make all of them. Not available in stores, right? And now we'll glue the supports on here, and we're going to do 3 supports on this one. So let's see what width we have here. Can't use centimeters. I much prefer to use centimeters. I like whole numbers. I guess we got to use these fruity numbers. Okay, this is 5. So 5 is 5 1/4. So half of that is here. All right, so that's where our midpoint's going to be. We're going to do 3 supports on this one. The only thing I don't like about the method that I'm doing is I'd love for it to be able to use this exactly and put it on both ends, but it's just too long. So you can't have it rounded on one and not rounded on the other. So I kind of chopped it up a little bit. Doing Narvik and 1/6000 using snorkers. Good old naval rules. Narvik isn't very, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. Literally. Fish that aren't moving in a barrel. It's shooting fish that aren't moving in a barrel. Yeah. Because the first battle is, it's like 6 German destroyers versus 4 British, Hardy and stuff. They went in there and just beat the shit out. I don't know, they sank 2, 3 of them, damaged the other ones. Some of them ran aground. I'm just winging it here. And then they came in with round 2 with, I think, 3 or 4 destroyers and Warspite. Like, done. Like, it's over, right? It's freaking over. It's over. But Norway's cool. You could do a lot of stuff with just Norway. If you just built the forces that were in Norway, you could build, you could have some cool stuff. A handful of British destroyers, renowned Warspite. Who else was out there? I'm spitballing here. I don't remember anymore. Couple cruisers, Aurora, Penelope, I think were up there. Maybe a town class or 2. And then the British, the Germans, the whole German fleet, which is, about the same. You could put the Glorious in there. Once there was another, maybe Furious worked up there before, because I don't know if the Ark Royal was fully operational by that point. But you could do some interesting stuff, You could do some interesting stuff. One of the most interesting naval things I've ever read about, and I don't remember which book it was. I want to say it might have been in the book called The Kaiser's Pirates, that talks about the East Asia fleet and what happened to them after Battle of Falkland Islands. But one of the cruisers that escaped, the Dresden, I believe it was the Dresden. Most of the ships sank, but a couple of them scattered. And one of them that scattered actually went back towards the Pacific. And she was playing hide and go seek in Tierra del Fuego. And if you look at Tierra del Fuego on a map, it's insane how many fjords there are. And that in and of itself would make a good game. Because you don't have radar. You've got fog, and I mean, it could be really interesting. It could be really interesting. So let's kind of cut this down like this, and we're gonna go and we're gonna cut this down something like this. I didn't actually do this in pencil last time, and it wasn't as easy as it should have been. So we're gonna learn from our, I say a mistake, but boy, this stuff's hard. I mean, that'd make it, that whole, all the stuff that the Dresden went through, that'd make a great movie. Except they make a movie, they'd fuck it up because that's what people that make movies do. They fuck things up. If they're making it on something historical. Yeah, it'd be stuff like, the Dresden would go in and they would send a boat and they would contact the local fishermen and they would tell that there was like a German a British cruiser that was spotted. So they got back to the ship and they didn't have time to get the supplies. So they had to make, it was just like, it was like a big game of keep away. Super interesting. And after going over the Sea Creek 4 things with Ben, just rehashing that, I don't think I'd use anything other than Sea Creek 4. It's just easy to use. And it's easy to like add stuff to it. I got Sea Creek 5. I'm just, and there's nothing wrong with it. It just, I don't think I'd have the energy to try to learn how to play that. We got this. Let's use it. All right. Yeah, I don't want this really deep. I want this to be just like this. All right, now height. I'm fine varying it a little bit. Ideally, like I said, it'd be nice to be able to make it so it could like peekaboo behind here. But it's going to be so top heavy that you're going to be dropping this all the time. We solved this issue even though I need to paint these weights. But the weights are expensive. I don't want to just add weights to it. This cork thing works pretty well. It's pretty stable. We're going to put it somewhere where you're not trying to reach over it and knocking it down. Not that it could be damaged or anything, but have little tongue depressors, stealing gnomes. I've bought so many and yet they just seem to disappear. Tongue depressor. This stuff is so cheap. I don't even know if they make this with slave labor. I still don't understand how they would be able to turn a profit. Okay, so all this is built with hot glue gun. All right, let's look at our support situation here. And I'm not a fan of using balsa wood, but it does have a huge advantage. And I'll show you that in a second. Because something really surprised me how well it worked. And I always like that. I like pleasant surprises. I generally don't like surprises, but they're pleasant. This has a price tag on it. I think what we're going to do is we're just going to cut that off. I tried to take that off and it was like being difficult. When was the last time anybody used cash? Oh, I can't talk about you guys. I'm talking about when was the last time you used cash in America? And did you get any pennies? Like I don't use cash for anything. I'll use debit, but I won't use like physical cash. Can you still get pennies? 'Cause I need to hoard up on pennies in case. That's what I use for my. I don't have a shortage of pennies, but still, FOMO. Jeffrey told me about FOMO, and I'm full blast on that. Fear of missing out. Let's see. This might actually be the height that we want. I think it is. I think it is because some of it is going to get stuck into the cork that's into there. So this is probably okay. Let's cut two other ones the same. Yeah, I like a lot of the stuff that he did, but you know, like anything else, I put my own spin on it. I think he spent a little bit more time trying to get it glued than I would have wanted to, but you know, there's some things I don't mind spending time on. I don't mind spending time on drippings. I don't mind spending time on I don't mind spending time on the things I don't mind spending time on. Oh, this one's a little bit short. Yeah, maybe we'll find a use for that in the future. Oh, we do have a use for it. It's in the next stage. Again, this doesn't need to be super precise, but it can't be way off either. All right. So, we're going to glue it to here. And here's the thing I didn't really get a good grasp of is how far to go down. So I think we're going to and I don't care if it's up, it's perfectly 90 degrees. It just needs to be perfect enough. Let's move it more towards the end. This actually worked okay doing it like this. And if it's not perfect, even better. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to put corks down here, we're going to put a mountain of it that helps weigh this thing down. I would have used a piece of wood. I wouldn't use foam core, and foam core is better because it doesn't weigh as much. It keeps the weight down of it wanting to push off. So I'm going to put pieces of cork down here. We're going to glue this in, and then we'll put the supports on the back. And that's where using balsa wood really comes in handy. So you really could make this out of basswood and just use balsa for this next step. Well, you can make it all out of basswood, but... Okay, where is El Corco? It's over here. Let me get another round of cafe. We already have it in the fridge. Be right back. I'm not even going to mute it. So this is espresso with sugar in it. It's 2 days worth of espresso. So hopefully I don't get all jittery and shit because I'm not used to having sugar. Wow, that's a huge cafecito. the star of all this is the hot glue gun. The hot glue gun is the star. It doesn't make a mess. It's the material is basically free. I mean, or not. It's super cheap. I mean, using super glue is so expensive. I never realized it. It's really expensive. So we're gonna come in and we already have an odd edge, so we're gonna come in like this, and just take some of this off. And we need to get it up off the edge a little bit. We don't want it to be like a cliff, but where's the middle one fall? Of course. Okay, well, we'll just put another one. We'll make that flattish. Yeah, we're good. Make this one flattish too. I just didn't realize the cork is relatively heavy. I mean, not really, but I mean, compared to some other materials. Yeah, that's good. And keep it from falling over. I'm glad I found a relatively cheap source of it, because it's expensive here in the States. Relatively. Of course, I'd probably argue that everything's expensive now. Thanks to many factors. I'd say the biggest factor is the COVID shit. Everything brought about by COVID. That just fucking changed everything. When I go drop my car off, my car's up in a shop. Life lesson here: if you guys have a chance of getting a extended warranty, do it, because man, it saved me. I had a compressor on the AC going sideways, and it's just a copay. It's only $100 copay, $100 deductible. That probably would have cost me $800. But anyways, so I drive by there and I go by the Toyota dealership that we did a lot of business with. We did business with them for like 9 years. We did 3 leases with them. And just that place is just, they don't have any inventory. They don't have any inventory. I'm going to put a second level here. You know, it's just, it's never going to be how it was again. And it just pisses me off. I'm going to go ahead and, it's bigger. This one's bigger, so I'm going to put a whole second level of this one to kind of hold this thing down. Ooh, what's that going to do with the supports on the bottom? Okay, we'll figure out how to do it. Maybe we'll push it forward to one side, and then, yeah, we'll do it. We want to glue this thing down, though. That's definitely the way to do this thing. It's enough that it doesn't feel great for the amount you get. I don't know what you're talking about. But you're probably right. Are we talking about cork? Yeah, you gotta buy this on Amazon. Well, it's like a catch-22. People buy stuff on Amazon so stores don't have stuff, so you don't go to stores. You know, I've just stopped wasting my time going to stores. You know, oh well, that's bad for small businesses. Well, there are no more small businesses anymore, and nobody can order anything, and nobody knows shit. So it's like I'm not even going to deal with. I'm not even going to deal with them. You know, my time is worth something, and also fuel. You know, and I'm trying to save the environment by not drive my car all over town. There you go. Yeah, how are we on? I might even go up one more. It's gonna get stuck in there. Let's leave it. Let's leave it like this. All right. So we're gonna mark where these go, more or less. Doesn't need to be super precise. This used to never happen. Not just to any little thing and the freaking knife wants to pull out. All right. I bet I got a standard screwdriver here somewhere. Actually, this little guy would work fine. This end. The cost of cork, yeah, it's really cheap and I heard one time it all comes from Portugal. So it's cheap in Britain because Britain and Portugal have this, asshole buddy favored nation status since, the Hundred Years' War. And wood's really expensive there because, there isn't any left in Britain. You guys built you built all your Napoleonic fleets and then, yeah, this is going to work so fucking perb. It did. That's what I did. And this is going to work even better, this one. Let's make sure we get this right. But I love doing this. I love making stuff out of nothing. Well, first of all, I already have all this material. I didn't have to go out and buy anything. Now, the one guy whose video I saw, he did use like some lattice or something like that, and that was pretty cool. I mean, I don't want every one of these billboards to look the same, but I wouldn't mind doing that. I might put some lattice. I mean, it was a little country, almost like a little farmy looking. I wouldn't want it on every one of them, but lattice reminds me of stuff like a mobile home or something like that. They put it around the outside to keep you from being able to see all the pipes and shit underneath the mobile home. Or what's the other name for mobile home? There's another name for a mobile home. There's like homes that are mobile homes, but they're never going to move. They're never going to move on wheels. It's not like they're stuck on wheels. Oh yeah, as the Kool-Aid Man says, oh yeah. My preferred way to do anything is to do all the building and then all of the painting. Not paint this and stop that and build the cockpit, but paint the cockpit, then put it together. No. That's just like, if I could avoid doing it like that, I'd rather do it that way to avoid all that. So I want to build everything that I can. That's why we're not gluing the sign on. Because I could glue the sign and have to paint around it, and then I got to be real careful. Well, being really careful just takes time. It's not that I want to be uncareful, but, we don't want to worry about everything. All right, let's see how we did. All right, now the one thing I'm going to do is I would like to make sure we're as close to the bottom as we can. So by doing that, it should be sunk up to here, here, and there. How close did we get? Not fucking close at all. Okay, well, then we gotta keep digging deeper. I don't have to, choose to. Maybe just a little bit deeper, just so we got a good purchase on it. Now, the only problem with what I'm doing here is these legs are balsa wood, and balsa wood isn't super sturdy. So we're gonna have to put these in a place where people aren't gonna inadvertently destroy them. Now, I'm not playing this at a con. I'm playing this with people that have a history of not being barbarians. Doesn't mean they won't be one in the future, but... And, I mean, fuck, this'll stand up by itself. Ish. Well, we gotta make sure these little crumbs... Yeah, this'll stand up by itself-ish. Let's put this logo on here so you can... That should be the next team I make cars for. I only have 2.5 British cars. Painted. So I'll trip over this. And then this is what, for those of you guys that haven't seen it, I'm going to make a building out of this. This is probably going to be a maintenance shop. It's probably going to be Marty's Motors and Machine Guns, or whatever the hell he called it. Alright, let's see here. Let's get a British car and put it next to it and see what it looks like. No more British car than the Shropshire Slasher. Which I need to reglue the wheels. Yeah, and I'm going to make the groundwork so it works with a desert theme, and it doesn't look too out of place when we're playing on the factory floor. You know? Manufactured homes, that's right. That's right, that's the word I was looking for. I have ordered from Panzerschiff, and they look kind of shitty. Yo, I'm live. What's up? Kosachai. Yeah, we're making billboards. Where's the other one? What I do with the brothers billboard? These are my favorite cars to build. Is the brothers cars. Who you calling the brothers? You know. Don't be stupid. Yeah, this is gonna look a fucking amazing. That's Boombox Carnage. Hey, that spells BBC. Yes, on purpose. And Cruel Britannia. I like the bigger ones because, like, the Asian devastation. You want to be able to see this well. So the devastation, decimation. You know, we want to get Godzilla in there. You fuck up now. That's right. Mitch and I, we've been saying that forever. So I gotta work that in there somewhere. You know. You know, and I got some cars that can play for different teams. You know, I got a girl team. I got a logo for them already. The girl team, Fubuki. Fubuki can play on the Asian team or on the girl team. You know, and they're just united by theme. They don't have any extra perks by being anything, by doing anything else. I'm going to paint them. This actually said on the bottom when it created this out of nowhere. I think the only prompt I did on this one is I did something like I want a Gaslands, a logo for a Gaslands team called Cruel Britannia. I want there to be a Mini Cooper on it and a Jaguar. And that's it. That's literally all I did to it. And then it gave me everything that I got there, except it gave me no kings, no rules. And I'm like, no, no, we can't do that. We need to be a little bit more offensive than that. So, they're anarchist. Well, every one of these guys is an anarchist. They're all basically criminals. It's like it's like not gangs from New York. It's like, Escape from New York, which, by the way, I finally finished watching that movie to completion about a year ago, and I don't know why people like it so much. I mean, I like Kurt Russell like as much as anybody else, but really wish somebody made the Pimp Mobile from Live and Let Die in 1/64th scale. I'm really disappointed nobody does. So I have another vehicle that's pimpy. So we're gonna make that. But that's a cool freaking car. That is a really cool car. This is like perfect. So I'm not gonna glue this in yet. Like I said, we're gonna move this out of the way because we want to be able to haphazardly paint this, and I may airbrush it because airbrushing this is going to be a lot quicker than hand painting it, and airbrushing will also keep it from warping as much because I'm not going to put that much paint on it. You airbrush something, put multiple coats, you're not really putting that much paint. Have I seen the Japanese Air Force jets with anime bomber girl art? You should do your Fubuki girl's car like that. I don't want to paint stuff directly on the car. I'm just using the graphics that I already have because it would take a lot of time. And I don't have a specific look that I want them to have. Like, I'll just go and look at cars and I'm like, that's cool. That's good. Like Mr. Green Screen was fucking awesome. Like with those stripes, I'm like, we'll just go with that. I stripped the paint off of one cars I wanted to look like the Japanese camouflage, but the rest of them, I just work with what's there. I do have one that has an anime. It's a Korean car that has anime on it. It's on Asian devastation. Most of the cars in the Asian decimation are Japanese cars, but there's a van and like a Kia looking SUV. No, not an SUV. It's like a hatchback. That's like in pink, and it's got like anime and shit on it as well. You guys want to see the other? You guys want to see the other logos I've made? I'll show them on here. I just don't want to post them because, like I said, I don't want somebody stealing them, just making a copy of them and then creating their own narrative. Like, dude, like you make your own teams. Like, I mean, you guys can come up with like fabulous shit. I'm not saying necessarily you guys watching right now. We all have a pretty good honor code, right? So, all right, let me show you. This is so easy. This is so easy. And it floors me how good this stuff looks. Okay, so my Germans, we had to tinker with this one quite a bit. Circus Germanicus. And on the bottom of it, in German script, is speed is everything. It wanted to put some iron crosses on there up here in the corners. I had to remove that. We don't. I did actually ask for an MP40. So she's shooting an MP40. Helga or Heidi or whatever her fucking name is. But there's actually, she's actually the assistant on there. There's somebody else driving. I don't know what it is. A German Stig. Steg. Das Steg. Yeah, that's Circus Germanicus. That's going to be all the Germans. Let's see here. They're all girl team. Hairpin Harlots. That's going to be a square sign. It doesn't come out really well on here, maybe because it's like an image of another image, but Fast Girls finish first. What do you mean by that? Well, what do you want it to mean? This is the one I had to tinker with the Scottish flag. The red Nix. Yeah, because Nix means X, right? Rednecks. Mud Metal Mayhem. Louder than thinking. Actually, Chat GPT came up with that. One of the many sayings. I'm like, I like that. You making fun of rednecks? Am I? I don't know. I make fun of everything. Of course, we talked about it enough. My signature word, nerd burglars. Even though somebody has a YouTube channel called Nerd Burglars. Oh, is this the one with the wrong spelling? Yep, this is Nerd Burglars. This is the wrong one. I need to delete that one. There we go. Let's delete this. Move that one to trash. This is the one. Yeah, I put a goblin on the front of it, so you can have some RPG fuckers, Haven't built any of those cars yet. This is Marty's shop. This is probably what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to do that shop. Marty's motors and machine guns. Engine builds, armor plating, weapon installs. This was his saying. But he was promoting it. He said more horsepower and even more firepower. And then it actually added open 25 hours, closed during airstrikes. ChatGPT added that on there. I want to make some dude that looks kind of like Marty in a way. He's got a lot more muscles than Marty. Got more muscles than me. So, that turned out pretty well. What else we got? This is the Mexican one. I'm going to tinker with this. This literally like zero prompts gave me all this. Just freaking amazing. Amazing. That Calavera guy in the back is amazing. Asphalt Saints, by the way. And on the bottom, I didn't even put that on there. Blessings and bullets. Bendiciones y balas. Yep. So we'll probably tinker with some of them so that they have kind of the same type of vehicles that they're already included. Like, I'd like to include some of the type of vehicles the team already has. So it's freaking amazing. It's amazing stuff. So anyways, the sky's the limit. You guys are going to see some really cool stuff coming. Much better than me just fucking around doing DBA shit, right? You get 6 months of the same crap. At least we can mix it up here. And it's not knocking DBA that it's garbage. It's just like I'm stuck doing that for a long time. And it's a lot of the same thing. Okay, so we're going to do some supports here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to cut some of this out so we have space for the support. Because it really doesn't need it, but you need to kind of throw... I like putting some real world physics in here. Like, okay, how's this sign going to stand up? All right, so I'm like, we're going to make the back bottom of this... First of all, do I have enough of this material to do all this? I do. Okay. And let's make it so you won't make it bigger than this, because this is that half piece I didn't have a use for. So let's make sure we're able to use this piece in there. Okay, so we're going to put that there. How far can we go? The higher we go, the smoother it'll be. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put this, we're going to cut this off there. All right. I almost don't even have to taper it. So I want 3 of these with the same dimensions. Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm like so fucking pumped. It's either that or the freaking coffee with the sugar in it. I'm so fucking pumped. Now there's one, I want to make a cantilevering sign. So the way I'm going to have to do that is I'm going to have to put a lot of weight in it. I'm going to have to put a lot of weight, that way we cantilever it out. Just some different shit, I mean, just for scenery and stuff, you know. The races look good, but the battlefield, quote unquote battlefield, looks a little barren. But if you make every race a little bit more flavorful, you're going to eventually have something that looks pretty cool. It did not want to do a flag that even remotely looked Confederate for those rednecks. We worked around the system. Let's just chop some of this off. We don't need a whole lot. Let's chop some of this off. You don't want to do this in a room that has carpet. Well, I don't have carpet in my house at all, so I hate carpet. All right, now we're going to take this top portion and we're going to taper it. We need to taper it not too sharp of an angle. I learned that the hard way. It needs to be pretty shallow. And come over to the other side, make sure it's also tapered kind of shallow. So that way when you join it up here, it fits on there. Almost kind of like the end of a clothespin. You guys know what I'm talking about. Well, some of you guys know what a clothespin is. You know what I'm talking about. That one end of the non-business end of the clothespin is tapered like that. It's something you don't think about very often is clothespins. Unless you have a kink. I'm not going there. Oh wait, I did. I ain't into that. Need to taper it a little bit more. I'd rather be into clowns. Not that that's saying anything, but you still sell clothespins? I bet they sell some at the dollar store. Okay, so that's going to go like that. Okay, same thing here. So I actually have a vehicle, talking about cars that switch teams. I have a vehicle that is based on one of the Harry Potter things. So that Harry Potter thing is going to be able to be on the British team and also on the Nerdburglar team. So, but it's not going to have any, special skills. It's not like when it's on the Nerdburglar team, like it gets an extra something. It behaves exactly the same no matter what grouping it's in. Perfect. And you have some play with it. I mean, you have some play with this, with this hot glue gun being gap filling by design. You have some play with it. I can't remember if I got a second or third vehicle for the French. Oh, I did. I did get a French vehicle. I am going to have a French team. And yes, it's probably going to have that Pepe Frog on it. And no, it's not going to be a right-wing French team. It just, everybody knows that frog is French. Isn't that some kind of right-wing icon or something like that? All these people are anarchists anyways. Okay, I think the way we did this is because we have to move kind of fast, kind of. We're going to put some here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sitting on a crumb. Sitting on a crumb. We're going to put some here. And we're going to put some here. And then we got to hustle. Try to push it out as far as I can. Okay, and just enough of a support. You know, because if you do it really short, then it's got to be too difficult of an angle. You know, it can actually work without having the support in the back. It just gives you a little bit more something to look at. You know, just something to eye candy. I think I'm going to steal that tongue depressor bass idea for one. If I did it again, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. And I mean, with all the stuff that you can print, I used to hand paint them. I used to like paint them on. There was this blue that I used. I wanted them all uniform in color blue, and put the name of it. It was always at the front, so it was always facing one way. The ship was always just consistent. You know. I probably wouldn't hand paint it, even though I could hand paint a lot better now than I could before, because I like know about spacing and shit, like doing those Russian tanks and stuff. Like, okay, we want this here, so let's start in the middle and work your way out. I never would have done that before. You know, whatever it is you do, hopefully you get better at it every time you do it. You don't have to steal it. It's yours, free for the taking, man. You know, the only thing I ask when somebody says, "Hey, where'd you get the idea?" You don't own up to it. You know, I don't, and I'm really surprised how many people have a hard time giving other people credit for stuff. You know, I don't want to plagiarize things, but I also don't want to spend an hour trying to like list references, right? That whole, when you did papers in school and you have to list all the references, what a pain in the fucking ass, right? All you gotta do is admit it wasn't you that did it. You know, people have a hard time doing that. I don't know why. People have a hard time saying something nice about something that somebody else did. I don't know why. It's not like you're giving Adolf Hitler credit, right? It's not like you're asking, you know, well, you need to be, you know, got to give Hitler credit for the interstate system or something. You know, I have no problem giving other people credit for things that I do. You know, I don't want to list it out like, you know, like be tortured by doing it, but I don't come up with every fucking good idea. I'm sure there's probably some things I've come up with that aren't good ideas, but that's what the internet is for, so we can all learn from each other. Okay. Now, it's a little top heavy, but we don't have any weight down here with the goop and rocks and stuff like that. Cobwebs. People have a hard time, and I really don't like to associate at all with people that can't do that. But you know, you go, and when we were doing like some competitive shooting, I mean, I'm really not being competitive. I wasn't competing against anybody else, but people just have a hard time saying anything nice about. You don't have to make stuff up. Don't be dishonest, and you know, don't be like, "Oh man, that's great," and like, and when you leave, like, "I really don't like that shit." Well, don't be making stuff up. But if you see something cool, ooh, I just made an error. The error I made is I did not I did not drop hot glue gun in where these things are. And I already, okay, well, so, no problem. No worries, mate. I bet it won't make any difference. Hell, it might be better to do it this way. Might be better to do it this way. All right, where's the... I don't think I have a figure of what I would call a great white hunter. Some guy in a pith helmet or something like that. Some guy that we can put on here that... I don't have any ladders, because this would be perfect to put like a little ladder and a little platform here, and then have a place for like one guy to... you could put him, you could like shoot at fuckers when they went by. Just some random factors in there. You say, well, what can one guy in a pistol do? I'm telling you, in this game, you're really close from dying every single moment. That's what makes this game really good. It has a really good intentional or unintentional way of like really balancing itself out after time. Yeah, I like this big size. I like this big size because there's a lot of detail on here, and you're just not going to be able to see it even with the highest setting on the printer. It isn't. It isn't all that. All right, how are we looking for supplies for the third one? And I don't want to get in the building yet if I can't finish it. I mean, I could use basswood. I mean, it's not that big of a problem. I'd like to put a dent on the stuff that I already have. Obviously, we found a way to use this stuff, and it was quicker. And I don't know if that's just a waste of time because, I'm not going to be able to paint this and just dry brush and leave it alone. I'm going to have to do something that makes it look like wood. Because unlike these things, which I still haven't painted these weights, the paint's not going to stick worth a shit to it. Unlike these things, these are going to look good from both sides. Whereas these look kind of meh from this side, right? Man, that turned out well. Craft paint, baby. Craft paint's like peace of mind. All right, I'm going to go to the little boy's room. I'll be right back in a jiff. Ha! Didn't forget the microphone. Okay. All right. So, I don't think I'm going to get bogged down on putting the goop on this just yet. And I may want... Shit, yeah, we want to do this. I'm going to put some cross supports here. So I'm going to put... I'm going to go from that top corner to that top corner. And we're going to fit in here. And that's what this... That's the reason to use balsa wood. Because this is really easy to work with. So let's remove this. Let's remove the sign. I don't know that I'm going to put bullet holes in it and really stain it. I mean, it's already like damaged looking by design, the way we're making it. Now this is a bigger sign. It needs more supports. Besides, you're adding more weight, but this is like balsa wood, so it's not really adding any weight. I mean, this doesn't weigh anything. Like styrofoam, the styrofoam of wood. Let's see, if we put it back here, we're going to run into issues with having to take some of this out. So let's put it on the front side. And I may not like how this looks, or it might look amazing. So first thing we need to do is we need to cut this at a 45-degree angle, or so. So we're going to cut this at 45-degree angle. Okay, now we can get it in where it needs to be. So we're going to put it like that, or the other way. It doesn't really matter. I don't really have a preference which way to do it. No, we're not going to engineer that. I think doing it this way would probably be better, honestly. So we're going to need to cut this at a 45-degree angle as well. The question is, where? So we need to cut it and then make it bigger than we need to, so if we need to adjust it, we're not up a creek. So I'm going to go ahead and put the line there. And it's probably going to be too big. Oh, here's the angles are down here. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not doing that stuff. that's too... Yeah, and we weren't even close. Okay, we weren't even close on that. So we're going to come back. We're going to come back a little bit. And it's probably still too big. But what are you going to use with that extra piece anyways? Okay. So now we're closer. Shit, we're spot on. So we got something like this. Okay. I forgot to mention one thing. This is fun as crap. Now, let's see if by sheer chance, this is not precision, if the same size fits. Well, it's pretty damn close. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut another piece like this one for the other side. So we're going to call this, so I don't get confused, we're going to call this, we're going to put an L on it. That's me looking at it the left side, all right? So let's come over here and... Yeah, I don't like balsa wood, but man, it sure makes life a lot easier cutting it. We're gonna cut it the same dimensions, and then we'll adjust it down. What did we go? We went like a V. Okay. This one's got to be like a... Got to be like a V as well. So we're going to go from here all the way up to that corner. So we need to take that much off. Probably still need to take a little bit more off, but let's see how this fucking looks. I did do it that way, not the other way, right? I may have done it the other way. I might have just confused myself. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, might have done it this way. Okay, whatever. Might not fit now. Still works. And it gives you something to look at. And I mean, this looks amazing. It's not even painted yet. Now, what I'm going to do is, half of mine to just glue it from the backside. But this is kind of goopy. Yeah. Just put like maybe like a glue dot of it. Okay, a little glue dot of it here. And the other nice thing about this stuff is, if you have too much of this stuff gooping out, you can come in with your X-Acto knife and remove it. I've done that several times, to clean it up a little bit. I did that on the guardrails of the ramp. All right. And then we're going to do the same thing on this side. Yeah, see, I can't get to this corner because there's goop here. So we're just going to come in here. You can't do this with a lot of other materials. We're just going to slice it. We're going to slice it from this direction. Don't go too deep or you'll mess up the post. And you have a post that falls down on you, which, I don't mind the post looking disheveled, but you don't want that thing to be falling out on you in the middle, falling down on you in the middle of the game. Now we can access that corner. And that fits in there just fine. And a couple glue dots as well. See, this is all the shit you'd be missing out on if I was still doing DBA. I wouldn't be doing any of this stuff. Wow, I'm amazed. I'm really amazed. The sky's the limit. You could do all kinds of stuff on here. All kinds of stuff on here. Like I said, I've got this little guy here. I've got several of them sitting down. I'd rather use them for this than use them inside of a freaking vehicle. I'd rather use them up here like little snipers or something like that. You use clear acrylic bases for more bases for your ships. Don't they scratch up though? You paint the whatchamacallit lines, that might be worth trying. Although the problem with those is I would imagine the corners would be really sharp. Don't really want to draw blood. Okay, I think that's enough for this one. We made this one different than this one. That's what we want. I think I'm all for making every one of them different. The only thing is I want to use this tongue depressor as a base. First of all, it works. It's kind of minimalist, and I have a shitload of them. So, yeah. All right, let me get some water. I'll be right back. Okay. Japanese sign. Japanese sign. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it different, and I really like the fact that they're different. I really like the fact that they're different. So. Okay. Japanese one. What we're going to try to do is any gooping that we do, we're going to try to do it by midday today. That way it has half of the day today and overnight, and we can paint it tomorrow morning. I don't have a game scheduled at any point. So, the sky's the limit when it comes down to, how long I have to work on it. Ooh, I wonder if I could use... Yeah. One of them's going to have a base. That's going to be the redneck one is definitely going to have a shooting thing on it. I didn't even put like a tree stand looking thing on it. I'm just, Well, the only problem with that is if you put that lead guy at the top, that's going to be really top heavy. So we may have to put some hidden weights or something like that on that one. Okay. I need to, I think, throw some of this stuff away so we don't end up creating a gravel pit. Now, all these soda lids, we're going to make turrets out of these. That's going to be the base. I don't know what I'm going to put on top of it. I kind of tried to put together a push pin, and it didn't work. But I'm going to come up with something. Oh. Let's get rid of this. We'll keep that one. Keep that one. Half of it went in the garbage, the rest of it went on the floor. Well, that's what vacuums are for. This is all inert, quote-unquote clean stuff. All right, the nips. And the other agents. Let's see. That's this one. It's good to go. We're going to use the big one. We're going to use the big one. Because it has the best detail on it. I'll keep these other little posters. They might want to put them on something different, Okay. Asian decimation. And then once we're done with this, it's time to print out some other ones. Definitely could do a tree stand built into one of them. That's like perfect. Oh, it's UK. See if they have an American distributor. Don't want to press my newfound luck with getting minis shipped yet. Yeah, no kidding. Well, it sounds like you got like old school service. And old school not that long ago, but I've had it. I mean, I've talked about, it's been since I've had a show. I've said all along, I got better service from people in the UK. And it has nothing, I don't think it has anything to do with the people in the UK. With the exception of minifigs and that the guy with a mats, Tiny War Games UK. I've always gotten better service from the United Kingdom than I have in the United States. One more. I like all the cars. Oop. But for my personal car, I like the ones on this team. I like the Asian vehicles. No doubt about it. It's not even close. But some of the domestic U.S. vehicles are really good for this game, but I wouldn't drive one. Okay. We got this thing cut down to size, so that's good. Let's see if we can get this close. Let's try to find a corner that's squarish. Woo, man, this is way off. Okay, we know this one's square because we cut it. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be perfect enough. Still look good. Yeah. Cutting inside this line a little bit. I never did get around to doing a comparison there of the primers, although I really don't like the smell of the Stinel Riz, the Badger one. The Vallejo one, for all of its potential faults, has the least offending smell. More of that too. One sheet of that. And I'm fine using the white one. Doesn't have to be the black one. Black one's probably more expensive anyways. The primer anyways. Check again. Ooh. Got this corner that got all queer on me. Let's see. That's spot on there. Maybe a little bit. Not too badly. Alright, is it because I measured the wrong side? Let's try this. No, that's actually worse. Okay, so we're going to do this and we're going to put front. But I get the feeling I'm about to make a big mistake. Fofu. Fear of fucking up. Fofu. I guess that'll work. All right. Man, we're going through that hot glue gun like it's going out of style. When you're giving ChatGPT instructions on the image, you can tell it to resize the image as Y or whatever, like 9 by 16. Yeah, I don't need to. I'm just kind of like, I'm okay. You know, I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man. Yeah, these guys get a big sign because they're overcompensating. I don't know. That's why the Boombox Carnage is the smallest sign. All right. This is all right. Let's put our glasses on and figure out what we got here. This is a support, potential support, potential support. I may have enough of this balsa to make the back out of balsa. I don't have to. I have some other things to use. But let's look at the trim pieces because that's going to be the catch. That's going to be the catch. Oh man, splitting this and making the back, that was helpful. That was really helpful. RX-7, haven't painted an RX-7 yet. Haven't painted a. These are hard to find, man. It's hard to find a Skyline. To walk up to a Skyline and find one. It's hard to. Hot Wheels makes one that has a Godzilla on the side of it. One of the Skyline models, I don't know if it's this one or the one before that. I think it was the one before this one, or at least the one this one looks like. This one's like an R33. The R32 was named Godzilla because when it came out, it won so many awards. Absolutely gorgeous looking car. Absolutely unaffordable. But stuff changes over time. Like it's 0 to 60 is like the same speed that my car is. But that was, whenever it came out, 92, 93. Beautiful car. Oh, what am I missing here? Oh, we need to advance the... Oh, shit. I'd had this left on top chat all along instead of live chat. I'm sorry if I missed your guys' comments. Shit, let me go back a little bit. Oh, hold on one second. Okay, I'm going to take a little break for breakfast. I'll be right back. Ah, carajo. Ah, shit. There we go. No, the thing with ChatGPT that I like is I don't have to have anything look a certain way when I'm doing these things. So like, let's see what it comes up with, and it comes up with some pretty good ideas. I mean, and I like that they don't necessarily look the same. I didn't add this rising sun. Only thing I added to this is the saying here on the bottom, the style of the writing that the saying is in, which and the Godzilla. We're not going to do all this and not have a Godzilla. Like burning there's the city down there. Anyways, it works. So whatever alternate universe this is in, they still have a Godzilla there. Okay, this is I think the size that we use for the back. So I actually need for the ends I need this width. Thank you. This width so that it protrudes a little bit. Now, I think we're going to do something a little bit different on this. On this one, I think we're going to use a red frame. Do some Tory Gate looking shit. So with that said, I don't know if that'll work. We have this stuff right here. A Tory Gate, the problem with the Tory Gate is it's always angled. And we're not going to get into that. But I'm not necessarily opposed to making everything look slightly different. I think I just frame it normally, and then if I want to put a gate, I can put it behind it. All right, let's do that. Yeah, this is like winging it 101. Like I don't. It's a journey of discovery. But I did use it like, hey, give me some ideas for a death race type game, with some other rules, and it gave me like an idea of like, basically there's like guns or turrets or something like that, and every turn it would end up they would shoot at whoever was in last place. That's kind of a cool concept, simple, but like it's helpful to, like I said, brainstorm. There might be some concept in it that's like, I never thought about that. Well, that's what it's for. Open up the pores in your brain, man. Let's see if this one works too, and we'll cut them both the same size, and it does. Or a similar size. Okay, we'll remove this. We don't want the goop to get on that. This thing's still fired up. Oh, you got something to say. Let's see what you have to say. Brainstorming and organizing some of the best ways to use it. Yeah. Well, I didn't know about renaming things, so I need to go in there and rename my chats. So, like, if I want to create other... Thank you. If I want to create, other stuff that's like for Boombox Carnage, right? I can just keep going down that thread. And it sometimes asks you, actually gives you stuff you don't ask for. And I mean that in a good way. Like, for instance, it like asked, would you like for me to come up with a way to use two teams fighting out over something, customized to Boombox Carnage and Rednecks or something like that? And I'm like, well, fuck, I didn't ask for that, but yeah, I want that. It's like, it's sharp, man. There's some really useful stuff with it. It's really useful stuff with that. You know, it gives you things you didn't know you needed. Ah, crapsicle. Yeah. It'd be fine. Just won't have an overhang on it. Whoop-dee. Wasn't a big selling point anyways. It did not like I did not like the word bimbo. It did not like anything remotely Confederate flagish. And like I said, I was already creating something as an alternative to a Confederate flag, but didn't even want that. So I had to really like, okay, create a Scottish flag for me. Okay, and then change the white to red. And it still gave me like a little bit of a rim around it in white. It's fine. That works. I don't need to like. You know, we need a redneck team, not to promote slavery. We needed one just to make fun of the inbred people. We're here to make fun of everybody. So. All right. I don't think anybody that's one of them country folks going to be offended by it. You know, it's like, look, we're including you in the game. You know. Only thing I didn't want is I didn't want my German team to have Third Reich stuff to it. I mean, it's just like it's unnecessary. There's a lot more to Germany than the Second World War. There's other games that do that already. We don't need to add bad guys. Everybody on every team is a bad guy. They're all bad folks. They're all equally bad folks in this game. We'll trim that later. I just shoot myself in the pants. I don't have another one that has that width. It's not that big of a deal. Because I can get close, but let me take another dive in here. It's unlikely I got every single one of that size. Like I said, I had these all in sticks, but I snapped them in half or so to get them all to fit in this container because this is where they need to be. Oh, we're going to need one of these too. No, that's the smaller size. It's slightly smaller. Here it is. Here it is. But I think that's the last piece. So be mindful of that. I don't mind to look haphazard. I just don't want to look shitty. Perfect. I'm surprised that the foam core and the hot glue gun work together. Because the foam core is not very sturdy. Like you wouldn't be able to use super glue with this. It would just eat that like nobody's business. I mean, this is less of a mess than building separate link track on here. Really pretty amazing. Okay, now we'll trim these corners, and we'll use this as a little bit more resistant to bounce back. So all this wood that I have is from a store that closed in 1997, and I don't think I bought it at the end. I probably bought this around 94, 95. So about 30-year-old pieces of wood. Finally getting some use out of them. Check for fit. Doesn't have to be perfect. But it damn near is. Okay, this is the biggest sign. This is the biggest sign. We'll use 4 supports for this one. Mixing it up here. Yeah, see on the back, we could probably make some Tory Gate looking thing. Now, I don't know if I'm going to do that, but I just thought, like, why not? You know? I mean, I'm doing it for me, you know? The more stuff you try, the more things you could be good at. You're like, here's one we could do. It doesn't have to cover the whole thing, but just something like, you know, cut the ends and then put it in an angle back here and then just have it, you know, like above it. I think that could work. Maybe not this one, but something a little bit longer out of balsa so we can carve it. Maybe even use this angle piece that's like freaking useless, right? I don't have a use for it, but you know, I think it could work. It could work. And you think the two don't go together, but foam core hot glue gun is the bread and butter of almost all my scratch builds. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to work, but I'm telling you, this is amazing, amazing. And I'm on the high heat, you know, because I need some working time, you know. Enfield Road layout in the loft. Welcome, everyone. Got stream building fences out of coffee sticks, matchsticks for the train layout. Yeah, well, you know, this is what we got for. I take it you're doing HO scale. I got some railroad stories. Yeah, this is the most empowering thing I've probably ever done in 40 years of modeling. And at this point now, see, I can see how this is going to look just by looking at it at this point, and I'm like, hey, it's going to be fucking amazing. It's going to be amazing. So, HO scale. Well, you know, Matchbox is close to that scale. I'm all 20 millimeter now, which is close. It's close-ish. My dad had a lot of HO scale stuff, and he always wanted a layout. And the closest he got was when we lived in the late 70s in Alabama. He had a whole room. I think it was a whole room. They had the layout set on like a 4x8 sheet of plywood or whatever, but I don't have time for everything. So, you know, I mean, I can't even war game different things. So I certainly don't have time for trains, but I did have a few engines. when I was a kid, my dad got me an O scale, Lionel, and I hated it because the reason why I hated it is because it had a third rail. And you go to any train store, back when there was train stores, because there aren't any anymore, and there was never anything for it. Never anything. I mean, it would have like a fucking tunnel, like, that tunnel that, you know which tunnel it is. You can see it just does like a 90, or maybe it's not a 90-degree turn, but maybe like a 60-degree turn. You could see the end of the tunnel from the beginning, you know. And I mean, I wasn't a painter, because the first thing you do, like, okay, well, just at least paint, not spray paint, would eat that up, but paint the inside of it black. That way, at least, you don't have that, but, that's, I'm like a kid. So because of that, all they would have is like that Plasticville train station, and that, and then I never had any stuff for it. And you'd go to stores and never have anything in my scale. And eventually, it got lost in one of our moves, which, I didn't want to lose it, but I don't really have a sentimental value to it. But when I worked at the hobby store, I was the train guy, because I knew more about trains than any of the other guys. But my dad had old River Rossies, and man, I haven't talked about that stuff in a long time. But I remember one of the things that was really cool. I saw a Model Railroader magazine, which, of all the old magazines that have been around forever, I think Model Railroader is still a decent magazine, as opposed to, say, what's the one that I really dislike? The one that's the modeling one, Fine Skill Modeler. I hate Fine Skill Modeler. It's all over the place, right? Like, you're not gonna find. You'd be lucky to find 2 articles in there, or 2, of the big articles that apply to anything you're doing. It's always like wrong stuff. But the Model Railroader, there's some really cool stuff in there. And I remember there was one issue, I don't know what it was, probably in the 90s, 92, 93, 91, 89, 88, something like that. And this guy had made a game out of his layout. And what he did was he created these 3x5 cards. See, I told you, we can talk trains. He'd made this 3x5 cards out of every piece of rolling stock. So it would, however he had it on there, it was like, Rio Grande, boxcar, number such and such, whatever, green, whatever identifier he had. And he would shuffle these cards out. And of course, there was rolling stock all over the place, right? Maybe not all over the place in the main line, but at least in yards. He had 4 or 5 yards in this layout. And it was one of those layouts where it was like, this is, Rockville, and this one's, some other 4 little towns or whatever. And you would have to take this rolling stock and move it to one place, and you couldn't use your hands, so you had to decouple and all. That's cool. I could get into that. That's a pretty neat concept. So you're making a game out of it, which I've always liked gaming things, because it's your way of participating, So yes, the railroad stuff's pretty cool. Some things are cooler than others. What else did I see? The problem with it would be really hard to, like, okay, I'm going to do a layout and, like, decide to do, like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this railroad in 1948, and that's what I'm going to stick with and everything. It just, like, be really limiting. I mean, most people don't do stuff like that. They just do whatever. But there's a model railroad group here in the little town that I live in. It's actually the whole county. They have it in a warehouse. And I saw pictures, and I'm like, that would be cool, but I don't have time for that. And I have no problem with people that are older. I've always gamed with people that are about 10 years older than me. But the problem is you have people that just act like they're on their deathbed. And it's like, I just don't ever see myself being like that. I went through a drive-through the other day, about a month ago. I've talked about this. And it's this drive-through with, for whatever reason, they want to put down what car you are. So then when they bring your order, they know, okay, blue Ford or whatever. And I drive a Subaru WRX. And the girl, has an emblem right on the front, right? What it is. It doesn't have it spelled out what it is, like, Toyota, but it does have the emblem on the front. And the girl says, she says, what is this, a Buick? I'm like, just without missing a beat, I said, I'm never going to be old enough to drive a Buick. Ever. But anyways, I digress. This model railroad club, I just don't like being, I don't like associating with people that are low energy. And it's not like you need to be on crack to be with me, but you know what I'm saying? You got to be like passionate about stuff. The oldest person in our war game group is probably Don, but he doesn't act like an old person. You know, he's full of life. You know, and he laughs about stuff, and he gets excited when exciting things happen. And that's what I like. You know. Yeah, I didn't get a hot glue gun until 2 years ago, and I'm like, I'm an idiot. Like, I need to build a time machine. I need to use a hot glue gun to build a time machine to go back in time and give myself a hot glue gun. It's amazing, and I'm an epoxy fan, but this is like no mess, you know. And you don't. It doesn't need to be super durable because we gotta tread lightly with this stuff, anyways. You know. Yeah. Thanks, man. You do a lot of scratch building. I'm just getting into it. And these pieces of wood I've had for 30 years. You know, this is what we used to base our 1/2400 scale ships on, not the tongue depressors. That would have been too smart. This stuff. That's why I have all this wood. So I'm like, I really, the one product I don't like, and I know lots of people are fans of, and I just find it really difficult to work with, is super glue. First of all, it's super expensive. Now, it's super expensive. And I don't like anything, I'm not like a neat freak, but I don't like anything where you're working with your hands and you accidentally get something on it. And then you grab something else, not knowingly, and you transfer whatever it is over. Whether it's paint or whether it's super glue, and you ruin something else just by being that way. And now that, well, how long has it been? How old am I? 55? Okay, so I'll be 55 this year. So for the last 10 years, I've always been nearsighted. Well, since I remember, 7 or 8 years old. And in the last 10 years, I've had to start using readers, which is really fucked up for somebody who's nearsighted to not be able to see something because you're too close to it. Like, that's weird. Like, I would wear contacts, right? Adjusted to 20/20, but your 20/20 doesn't work when your nearsighted vision, you know, happens as you get older. So, you know, I'll usually use readers, but now I'm just like, I'll just take my contacts out. Like, I don't sleep with them, so I haven't put my contacts in yet. I got built-in +6. And it's not that I'm doing things better, but I'm like appreciating the little nooks and crannies of things. You don't need +6 to paint things, but you enjoy like all the little details that the things have a lot more when you're like that. I mean, you could go crazy with this thing. Like, for instance, if you knew you were going to paint this thing as girders, you could cut little pieces of what's the stuff that I have a shitload of? Lids, cottage cheese lids, right? You can use this for sheet styrene. Unfortunately, it's slicker than snot, but you can get it down and cut and make little, like, what do you call those? The plates to join them. Like, you could go hog wild, right? So anyhow, but we also need to get things done. So, but you know, these were just MDF, and just with craft paint, this stuff turns out really well. I don't know if it's in focus or not. It's not in focus for me. I can't see shit. I hate progressive lenses. They don't fucking work for me. Super glue, not my best myself. Yeah, I'm. You know, I actually found a use for the watery one. The watery one. Of course, I forgot what the hell it was useful for. I found a use for it. There's a slow drying one, the standard one, and I forgot what it is. There's the one that doesn't gap fill. I was working on some model. I'm like, oh my god, I found a use for this. I forgot what it is. Okay, so let's build a frame. So we're going to build upon what we learned last time, and we're going to use, I got tons of these, tons. So we're going to make the back of this all wooden. So And we're not going to use big sheets. We're going to make this like, now I may be pissing up a rope and wasting my time doing this. I don't know that yet. I don't want to take the time to paint one and then realize that, man, I could have done this much more efficiently. Meaning, it may not make a difference that, I know that this one, I just followed the instructions of this one guy that had this video that was really useful. Helped me get off the ground. Which hopefully that's what I'm doing for you guys. Like, you'll be like, oh man, I never thought about doing that. Well, fucking do it. And do a better job at it than I am, you know? This is individual pieces. So he actually glued these supports first, and then he cut the individual pieces to go in between. It just took too long. So what I did was, I just did the same thing, but I glued the supports on top of it. Because it's quicker. And I'm running out of those little pieces, so I made my own little pieces out of large pieces. Now, I don't know how this is going to paint. It does need to look haphazard. That is the intention, you know. And by the way, this is I gotta figure out what to call you. Enfield. We'll call you Enfield. This is for a game called Gaslands, which is it uses Matchbox cars or Hot Wheels cars that are modified, and you know, we add guns to them and all kinds of. Here's one right here. Yeah, kind of like HO scale. Not really, a little bit bigger, but I use 1/72nd scale stuff because I'm a 1/72nd scale guy all the way. So I do have HO scale stuff. I got some tanks that are HO scale. I use them on more 1/72nd scale stuff. I mean, they're big. They're big Soviet tanks, and they work. You know, it's either that or, you know, somebody was selling them for $1. I'm like, I'm not leaving that on. I'm not leaving that not for $1. So, but yeah, I'm a 1/72nd. That's the other reason why I don't like 1/48th. I don't like 1/48th because I got a bad taste in my mouth from O scale, which O is a 1/48th, and I'm like, I don't want to have anything to do with that 1/48th anymore. There's some people that swear about 1/48th. I'm like, no, I'm a 1/72nd guy. Okay, let's cut this thing off the side so that we can get somewhat the same size. Okay, so that one fits there. Does it fit at the bottom? It sure does. Okay, so we're going to cut a bunch of these. I have tons of this wood. Yeah, this is, I'm scratch building stuff. And this is what I'm going to build later on. Where's my cantina that I did? That's what's great about YouTube. You just got to use it to open the pores in your brain. There's so many cool things you can do. Where's the cantina? Here's the cantina. This is made out of the same material. This is actually a container that, let's remove this. This is my first attempt at a building in this manner. You know, I've never done it before, but I got a clue. Oh, this thing came off. Well, hot glue gun doesn't last forever. We'll fix that. It's a container the razors came in. So I just flipped it to the other side. It already has a texture, like Mos Eisley or something like that. Yeah, we'll have to glue that back on. And then add some trim pieces. And it's got a little light on here that flickers. So you can have a flicker light with these two cars crashing. This is the crash and burn cantina. And then the ramp I built last week, I have a door stopper. Just took a door stopper at Walmart. Bam. So, cool stuff. And it's damn near free. Other than the time you put on it. And it's, you know, what's that word I don't like? Bespoke. It's like something you said in the past. I bespoke this. Anyhow. Your name is Lee. Excellent. Is Lee your name? Nope. I just have to remember Lee. Well, how many L's you gotta do? Yeah, a few L's. I gotta remember. Lee. Okay. Where do you live? I assume you live in the States. Oh, what's wrong? I think model railroading is bigger in the United States than it is anywhere else. I could be wrong. It's but like wargaming is really big in the UK. I'm in Florida, so damn it. Not damn it, I'm in Florida. Just damn it, that one isn't big enough. Oh, that snapped. Oh snap. Ooh, I think we can get by with this. Yeah, I've been doing this. I've been doing wargaming stuff since 1985, but I'm just now getting into this. You know, it's YouTube. I get ideas from other people. It's like, well, fuck, I can do that too. Like, oh man, I never thought about that. It just, unclogs the pores in your brain so you're willing to try new shit. Okay, now we're up to 3. How many do we need? 4? And we'll split these in half and stuff like that. But the hot glue gun is really the secret because you could keep going. It's not like, well, you don't want to lose. I don't want to lose momentum. As soon as you lose momentum, you start looking at other stuff on the internet, and the next thing you know, you've lost momentum. Okay, we can still use these. We just need to cut these even. All right, and cut these even, and we will splice these together with another piece because we're going to cut these in half anyways. Okay, so now we have 5. All right, we're going to use the top. Where's the top? It doesn't really matter which one it is. This top one, let's put these off to one side. And this Gorilla Glue hot glue guns work really well. It's relatively cheap. I figured I'd get one that has a brand on it, even though they're all probably made in the same factory in China. Figured there's some QC controls on it of some sort of another. You're in the UK. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so then what this is really is in Chat GPT, using these to make like billboards. Here's the one I did for my British team. You just print it out and go to town. So this is what it's going to be on it. Most of my viewers are UKers. UK is the land of toys. Almost everything I ever want. I'm big on 20 mil stuff. So what do you HO scale? Don't you do what's the scale that's British only? Is it 00? I think it's 00 because that's like close to 176 or something like that. All right, we're going to split this in half or so. Okay, we're going to split it again. You know what? Hold on. I do want them all different. This would just be plywood if I don't split it again. It would just be plywood. So if I want the back of it to be plywood, fuck it, let's try one. Okay, I'm only going to split it in half. Obviously, we're going to have different pieces in here, but we're going to split it in half and do it that way. That'll cut the labor in half. The materials will still be the same, but the labor will be in half. 00 gauge is close to HO. Yeah. What's the mistake I always say? Oh, I always say Britain when I mean, when it's not technically Britain. I mean, I'm really good at geography, but sometimes I say things that I don't mean. I don't mean anything ugly. I'm just saying that, which is the one I don't really use a lot. Oh, sometimes I'll say England, and I mean I'm talking about something that includes Scotland. Like I freaking know. It's just habit, you know. Okay, we'll split this one in about fourths or so. The next one won't be like this. Maybe we won't like how this turns out. But this is the secret. You can just put this on and keep going. And you don't get any on your hands either. Which, I'm not a clean freak, but no point in slowing you down. Like I was saying earlier, my experience is almost everything that I've always ordered for this hobby has always come from it. The United, I almost did it again, I almost said England. Great Britain. No, I haven't gotten anything from Ireland. I don't think I have. So we can use Great Britain. Almost everything's from Great Britain. And the service that I've gotten has been better than the stuff in the United States. It's like there's just more ownership. Okay, is it this way or this way? It doesn't make a big difference either way. I think it's like this. All right, so here we want to split it here, here, and there. We want this haphazard looking. And as a matter of fact, we're going to split this one in half. So these two will make that one up. Yeah. For the longest time, I'm always motivated by the people that do the paint stuff in Britain. People in this country, I guess, ain't got time for it or something. I just don't do any Warhammer stuff. Never has. I don't really care for the lore. I don't really care for fantasy. There's too many things that happen. This is the most fantasy thing I've ever done. I did the ancient stuff for a while. Well, fuck, a pair of decades. But I'm a World War II guy. Through and through, I'm a World War II guy. I live and breathe that. Which I think last year, I was working on Valentine's Day. That makes sense that I would. I had some Valentines for Operation Crusader. Okay, this one's next. Let's split this one not exactly in the middle. I wish I could just glue it down and paint the lines. I guess I could do that, but we'll see. After we paint this, we might decide, it really doesn't help that much to do it. Because if I painted the entire thing solid, if the thing was built solid, I probably would paint it like it had wood lines anyways. But I just figured this might save time. I'm just following the directions that one guy did, so it seemed to be, I like the results that he achieved, so whatever his name is. Sorry, I don't remember his name. I don't think he had a name. I found out real early on, it's just easier just to use my real name than try to come up with some handle. Decide on a handle you're going to be stuck with forever. That's the hard part. Like, commit to whatever it is you're going to be. And then have to explain to everybody. Oh, yeah, that's, because I don't want a handle necessarily so I could say, yell fire in a theater. You know what I mean? I'm not going to cause any trouble. So there just wasn't any advantage to doing such a thing. And you have to decide. And it's bad enough to try to come up with like an Xbox handle. And then you come up with one that you like. And then it gets taken away from you because you had an auto renew on your credit card. And you didn't realize that your credit card expired. You get a new credit card, but the number's no good. And then, and then you have to and you can't use that number anymore. That name anymore. That happened. Only bad side about hot glue gun is it leaves these little webs, cobwebs. No problem. They come right off. Everything else about it is super handy. It's waterproof. I don't like PVA. PVA just, I don't have time for that. I don't have time for it to dry. You know, and then I use water-based paint. I'm a devout follower of the water-based. Ever since I discovered water-based paint in the early 80s, I'm like, I'm not doing enamel anything. Build like a building. Have the wood staged and look crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, this is a Gaslands / Borderlands type look. It needs to look like, you know, a bunch of criminals built it, because that's what they are. Every person on every one of these teams in my land, in my world, is an unsavory individual that you would not want near your daughter or son. You don't want your son near them either. What are they going to do to my son? You don't want to know. Okay? Okay, and we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to split this one in. We're going to split this one at an angle. This is going a lot quicker than the other method of putting the supports directly on here. Yeah, it's called, learn from each other. You watch a video, maybe you'll see something that I'm doing really well. And you're like, I want to put my spin on whatever Tony's doing. No problem. I'm not going to get it right the first time. I just have decades of experience. I know what works for me. So, just like people can jump up and down all day long. I don't know why you prime in black. I said, well, you can blame it on the heavy metal painting guide from Games Workshop that I got in about 1993, and I had been priming everything in black. So actually, I used to not prime anything. When I did 1/2400 scale ships, they weren't primed. There was no internet, so like, how are you supposed to find about new stuff? So we would get this thing from GHQ. I forget what the hell it was called. Came quarterly, and this one guy did this article about baking your ships. Like, you would basically paint it in a color, and you would put it in the oven at 350 whatever degrees it was for 20 minutes. And it would bake the base color onto the ship. So I decided to do that. And for the longest time, many ships that were that way. Rodney, Renown, all those ships that I got probably around 1990, 91, 92, I would bake them all. I lived alone at the time, and I never. That's what I use the oven for. I don't cook. I paint stuff. I don't cook. So I don't have time to be creative in the kitchen. We're creative here. Split this in half. All right, let's. We need a multiple piece over here. So we're gonna. This one's coming up next, and we have 8 or 9 more signs already made that look. I mean, I'm floored. I'm floored how good this looks, with very little input from me. Very little input. So, the sky's the limit. The sky's really the limit what you can do with this. It's really an awesome tool. I hope somebody's not using it for bad stuff, even though they probably are. Some bad folks out there. Okay, so we're going to split these two on the ends. We're going to make this into 3 pieces. And that's how we roll. And we'll just do the standard 2, but at some wacky ass angle. Okay? So, let's do the wacky 2 over here first. Oh, we're running out of time to put another round in. Looks great. I have to gut a build for the layout build. Yeah, you can do the same thing, man. It's ChatGPT. You do stuff for your railroad. You know. And are you making your own railroad? Or are you like sticking to like? I don't know how you would decide. Like if you do something like Rod Stewart. Rod Stewart's freaking, and I'm surprised so few people know about this, but and I like Rod Stewart, but his job on the railroad is better than his singing. I'm not saying I have a problem with him singing, but his railroad thing is awesome. And supposedly he did all the painting and everything. He just didn't do the electrical wiring stuff. It's freaking amazing. But I don't know. He decided like it's like a Chicago or something like that from like the late '40s. Like, how do you decide like that? And that's like all you're gonna do. Like, that'd be a hard commitment to do. That train layout. It's been featured several times in different railroad magazines. That's freaking amazing. I guess eventually everybody gets tired of. I don't care if you are married to Rachel Hunter. You eventually get tired of it. But this is therapy. I'm not saying I need therapy, but it's like I wake up on the weekends and I like to do this, and it basically sets your entire day to go well. Like you've had some positivity. Not that it solves all your problems. Some people drink, you know, to feel better. This is much better. I need to drink at work, not when I'm not at work. Okay, this one's bigger. We're going to use 4 supports on this one, I think. Mix it up. I'm trying a couple different things, see if they work. The redneck one that I'm going to do, we're going to put like a stand in there so we can put a guy up there shooting. Get the fuck off my boat. One of them people. One of them peoples. Rednecks wouldn't be offended. They would be glad they would be included. Oh, I have a small fuck up. Ish. I'm not there yet. This is the other half of it. Because these two, and that's, I wanted to do these somewhere in the middle. It doesn't matter. You won't be able to tell. I'll remember, but I won't be able to tell. I'll do all the work on your railroad from the wires and things. Yeah, I don't like to work. I don't like electricity. Now, I could probably handle it on a railroad thing. What are you using for roadbed? Is I remember when I got out of it, they were just coming out with a roadbed that was made out of like an asphaltic type of material that gave a little bit. It was almost like it was made out of tar. And it was really cool because it wasn't the cork roadbed. It was like, that stuff was really neat. It was black. It was really, really cool. Really cool stuff. Yeah, right there. I could probably handle the wiring now. But I mean, when I'm 19 years old, like, not really into that. But now it's like, I'm telling you, the YouTube is so good because it's like, man, I don't know what to do. Well, look it up and you can at least see the steps. I've done a lot of work on my car just by watching YouTube videos. Because you can at least see what it involves. You can see, okay, what the steps are. Do you think it's within your skill set to be able to do it? And it's empowering. It's empowering to do shit. The problem is the internet has a lot of nefarious people that put out wrong information on purpose to just get a rise. I mean, it must be like Satanists or something. Like people that are leading people astray. I don't want to lead people astray. I don't want to be known for that. Okay, yeah, it's got these little webs. They come off real easy. And they get on your clothes and you just wipe, it's No worries, mate. This should still fit okay. I might have to cut that last one back a little bit. We're losing a little bit of ground every time we leave a little bit of a gap, which I like that it has a little bit of gap on it. It's going to make those pieces a little bit more noticeable if you do that. Yeah, I basically don't like to work on this not being filmed because what I use this for is it keeps me on track. Otherwise, I don't know how long I've been on here. 4 hours probably. I've done an 11-hour one once. Yeah, 4 hours. 4 hours and 2 minutes. I would have been sidetracked already doing other stuff, And you guys, I don't want to leave you guys hanging. We're going to cut this over here, and then we're going to split this one. Let's split this one in half or so. Yep. Put together by criminals. So it forces me to stay on track just from the standpoint that I don't want to leave. I don't want, you guys went through the trouble of getting on here. I don't want out. I don't want to leave. So it makes me get more things done. That's why I do it. I don't do it for revenue. I don't do it for, I do it for, camaraderie. I had a guy a long time ago. Well, you take that however the hell you want. I had a guy, friend of mine, that used to come over when he lived in town. He used to come over on Wednesdays and paint. And I lived alone at the time. And not that we couldn't do this now, but I lived alone at the time. And see, we got a little bit of overage there, so just come in, take that off with an X-Acto knife. He would come over and have his stuff that, this is the other one, that he would paint, and he would leave all his paints and stuff, and we would sit across from each other and socialize while we worked on our hobby. And I did not get a lot done. I'm a slow painter, but I did get in the habit of multitasking. So I'm world's worst multitasker, but I admit it, so that makes me better than some people. I am not a good multitasker, and I'm okay with that. I am perfectly okay with it. We don't want this to end the same, so what we're going to do is we're going to cut this here, and we're going to cut this one here, and we're going to cut this one here and here. All right. So I got used to doing hobby as a social thing because I like doing this, but I like talking to my people, I can't talk about this at people at work. They don't get it. People at work don't understand war games. Well, what do? You play historical war games. I'm like, well, and they think, well, that's dumb. You already know how it's going to turn out. And they don't realize, look, it involves dice. There's probability and if it was a foregone conclusion, well, that would be historical reenactment, and yeah, that's a waste of time unless you want to wear, wool in Florida. Which pretty much any period you're reenacting, your uniforms are made out of wool. I don't care whether it's American Civil War, God help me. I can't think of a period that I dislike more than American Civil War. Boring. But, you're going to be suffering. Okay, we're going to, I think, throw this one away. How are we going to wing that? How are we going to do that? I don't know. We'll splice that one together, and then this one will come in from this direction. Yeah, the hot glue gun, man. You could just keep going, not like. Wait for it to dry, that kind of stuff. You can just keep going. Keep the momentum going. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to feel great after I'm done with this. When I do live streams myself, you forget the time, you just get it built. Yep. Yeah, I did 11 hours, 11 minutes one time. Yeah, the wife wasn't around. Not that my wife is a problem, but, My wife is not a problem. I'm the problem. What do you mean by that? That's... She really likes this shit too. As opposed to, like, oh, you're building tanks. What's your favorite one? Oh, the green one. Oh, they all look the same. Like, yeah. I could see that. Okay, what the fuck did I do? What have I done? Well, I totally botched this one. Did I? No. No, I made a mistake thinking I made a mistake. Well, I did make a mistake. I just don't know what it is yet. Let's cut this down a little bit more. Doesn't have to be perfect. Take a little bit of that Humpty off. Now, I am real anal retentive about cutting on my cutting boards. So I went with the intention. I went to the dollar store. Got this for $1.25 because $1 is not what it used to be. And with a full intention that I knew I was going to have to trash it. Trashing it and using it what it's made for. But I don't like to paint on these things. I don't like looking at paint. I find it distracting. And I also don't like destroying things because, we've all been... I don't want to be wasteful. You start back on your live streams up soon and channel. Just got a lot going on. Yeah. Well, don't start on your live stream. Just come over to mine. Oh, see, this used to never happen with X-Acto knives. I don't know what happened with X-Acto knives. They start making them in China and everything went to shit. They never used to loosen up on you. And now they're just like all the time. They're like loosening up. Okay, that one's going to glue there, but we need to split this in multiple pieces. So this is going to get a little quirky. I'm going to cut this one here, and we're going to cut this one here. And yeah, we need to be a little mindful of this. So this is going to go like this. I'm not a big person on planning because I have to do a lot of it at work. And it always goes sideways. And I don't like that. So it's not like I don't want to plan anything, but you can waste time doing that too. All right, I'm going to put that one there, but this one I'm going to split in multiple pieces. So I wanted that one in place before I did that. So we're going to split this one in half or so. I'm not going to put two lines. I'm going to resist putting two lines down. Just do one piece at a time. And this stuff's water resistant too, so you can paint with, acrylics and... Which I'm surprised people still use enamels. My biggest problem with enamels is I don't want to spend money cleaning my brushes. And I did used to use enamels for spray. And I got away from it because Model Master got bought out by Rust-Oleum, and if any buyout, everything goes to shit. And sure enough, they discontinued all the Model Master spray paint stuff, which was really good quality. It was expensive. Kept getting more expensive every year, but it was still good quality items. And I had to go through other brands, and they were just really toxic. And I'm like, so now when I airbrush, I airbrush and acrylics. That's the only reason I got an airbrush. I don't need an airbrush per se. I'm never going to be as good airbrushing or as comfortable airbrushing as I am hand painting. But I also have 40 years or more hand painting. Only the last 25 are worth a shit. But and I love seeing things on the internet that are like just blow me away. Because I'm like, I can do that. Like, I don't get jealous. I like it. I'm like, man, I got to turn my stuff up to an 11. And you can be happy with however you are. I like that it pushes me. It pushes me to do more. To do more and better. Okay. This is also a piece I'm going to forego. All right, so now we got some pieces I don't want to necessarily match up. What are the odds that this is exactly the same size as that one? Okay, well, then we're going to go ahead and use this piece here, but we're going to give some of it up. We're going to throw this little bit away. Okay, and then we're going to use this here. So it doesn't match up the same. And we're going to go ahead and glue that guy in there right there. Good, I'm ready to do the supports. Doing the other way with a little sticks of wood uses a lot more sticks of wood. And it takes a hell of a lot longer. Like this, yep. And like I said, this is awesome that I'm using stuff that I've had for 30 years. Man, I don't think of myself as old, and I'm not, but I've had this stuff a long time. 30 years. Yep. Or more. Yeah, 30 years was 1996. Yep. Or more. You think the Tory Gate thing's a good idea there, Hoffman? It sounds good in principle. I don't know if it'll work. I guess we'll just have to see. No. Cut that in half too. Or cut a portion of it off. You have a Blue Spot Tool soft grip hobby precision knife set. Wow, that's a the mouthpiece there. You just finished your second ship of the day, still not looking too great. How much longer do you think you'll be on? I don't know. I'm on a fucking tear, man. Let's do it. Let's knock that shit out, my friend. How are you going to have a good day if you don't do any hobbying? What ships are you working on, man? You said you're doing World War One. What ship did you just paint up? There's a couple things I absolutely dislike about World War One, and the main thing is I'm not doing. I always talk about putting my own spin, and some things that even though they used in real life I would never use, like those German ships where they would have like the squadron leaders. They would paint like one funnel red, like not in my Navy. That's stupid. It just looks. I don't like doing stuff that if somebody out of the blue goes, that doesn't look right, I have to explain to them, yeah, it doesn't look right, but, like the whole thing with, I'm not doing British vehicles or Commonwealth vehicles after D-Day and putting American stars on top of them. It looks stupid. I don't care if they used it in real life, you have to explain to people. It doesn't look right to me, Put a roundel, they're really using those mainly in Italy. But, it doesn't look right. Britain deserves to have their own air recognition symbols. It's not like it's some minor-ass nation or something. So that's Tony's rules. I don't do shit like that doesn't make sense in my world. That's a classic example. I don't send I don't send Lend-Lease vehicles to Russia. Fuck those guys. You know, it's not because of Putin. Western countries shouldn't have sent stuff to the communists. I might consider using Studebaker trucks because I just found out that those Studebaker trucks, the U.S. didn't use them. Yeah, it's actually a good looking truck. Those 2.5-ton Studebakers, they all went to the Soviet Union, as far as I can tell. I just read that recently. I don't know whether it's accurate or not, but that would explain why I've always seen them with red stars or whatever. What's the Tory gate idea? I don't know. So when I build this, I'm going to do stands, and behind it, like let's say this is the Asian decimation stand, okay? I'm going to build something, and this is just me brainstorming. I'm going to build something that looks like a Tory gate back here. So in other words, you could have just build this up, and behind here, it's just a facade, right? Just something back here that could add on to this, and then it would be all red, just to tie in and make it look Asianish. I don't know, it's worth a shot. I got nothing to lose, and that way every one of them is different, which I think is pretty freaking cool. I didn't know what I was expecting. I didn't initially say, we're going to make every one of them different. It just kind of happened, But that's the beauty of this, is just rolling with the punches. That's why I said I don't like to plan, not because I'm not a planner, but just take some of the spontaneity is okay. And with a hot glue gun, it's forgiving as hell. And super glue, not only is it difficult to work with, it's gotten really expensive. It didn't used to be that way, but it's really expensive. And it dries quick, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes there'll be something you glued a while ago and it's still tacky, and you get it on you, and then you transfer it onto something else, and it just creates issues. I don't like to babysit stuff. Now, I don't know if all these little gaps in the wood are really going to make that much of a difference. I'm used to painting things like it has lines anyways. I don't know if it's going to save me any time, but I'm just kind of doing what this guy did, putting my own kind of spin on it. I guess I should find out what it is, what his name is. I might do something like, man, I like that idea, but I'm gonna do it a little bit different. That's fine. I make the same amount of money. I have the same amount of happiness, whether you do things, whether I, somehow, no, that's the same piece. We don't want that piece. Let's split this. Let's get this bigger. Let's make sure this fits in here. A little smaller? Okay, a little smaller. Mira eso. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I can give it a shot. Let's see how it works. You'll know whether it works or not. It'll look awesome. Done a tanker and a troop transport, and then yesterday I did the Dreadnought and the Cressy. Oh, the Dreadnought, the only battleship. We're going to call it a battleship. It's the first of its kind. The only battleship to ever sunk a submarine. By ramming. And as a matter of fact, the irony, I don't know what you did there. I don't know if you intentionally did that. But the Cressy was an armored cruiser that was sunk by, I want to say the U-boat ace his name was Vettinger. I believe that's what his name was. I may have him mixed up with somebody else. He was a commander of U-9, and he sent 3 armored cruisers. Bam, bam, bam. And I believe the Cressy was one of them in 1915. And then later on, he was in a different U-boat. He sank 3 armored cruisers that were doing a Dover blockade. I don't remember what the name of them are right now. But it was 3 of them. armored cruisers, older ships, and he sank three of them in succession. And and he went on later on, like a year later, and surfaced and caught a bunch of British battleships in formation, and the dreadnought, had surfaced or something like that, and the dreadnought saw it and had enough time to maneuver for ramming and rammed them and sank them. So the dreadnought that missed every engagement. I don't think the dreadnought was involved in even close to anything. I mean, it wasn't at Dogger Bank. It didn't sail at Dogger Bank. It didn't go to Jutland. I think it was getting a refit or something like that. So it missed any potential engagement whatsoever, and that it's the only battleship that's ever sunk a submarine. Interesting food for thought there. But anyways, he went down. So, I believe that's what his name is, Benning, something like that. I think it's an Otto too. Cressy, Abu Qir, and maybe Abu Qir is another one. I don't know, those old early 1800s three-stacker armored cruiser thingies. Ooh, that fits in there really nice. Let's put that there and then put some slicey pieces in there. The Dreadnought. I had that one book, my favorite book ever. Somebody says, "Hey, what's your favorite book?" This is Battleship book that used to be our coffee table book that my dad had. It really hit home my love for ships, warships. And in it, it used the dreadnought, the silhouette of the dreadnought, as the standard that everything was measured by. It's on my page there. It's on one of my videos. I do a turn by turn thing, book from like 1983 or something like that. Beautiful book, gorgeous book, an inspirational book, and artwork in it is just gorgeous. And every ship is shown in silhouette, along with any line drawings with it, with HMS Dreadnought as comparison for the size. So, at the beginning, it starts like in 1860. It's all armored ships, all armored battleships. And at the beginning, the Dreadnought is behind the ship in question, because it's pretty much longer than everything for a long time. I think there's an exception or two, like HMS Warrior. HMS Warrior was like the longest ship forever. 400 something feet long, whatever. She's an ironclad type ship. But other than that, they all got pretty short until you get the Dreadnought. And then, well, I'm just spitballing here, but what's the first ship that would be longer than the Dreadnought? Probably the Invincible class battle cruisers. Not bigger than Dreadnought, but they're close to the size of Dreadnought. But they came out a couple years after her, but they're longer because of being battle cruisers. They're longer than HMS Dreadnought. The German battleships tended to be smaller. So like the what are those things called? So which would the class be? Rhineland. The Rhineland are smaller than Dreadnought, but I think the Invincibles are longer than. I'm just spitballing here. I think so. And then the ships after that, you would have the silhouette of the ship, and the Dreadnought would be in the front. Because if it was behind it, you wouldn't be able to see the comparison. And that was kind of a really cool thing that they did that. So you could kind of compare, what size it was to, if you use the HMS Dreadnought as a standard. But I never had a model of the Dreadnought. Just because it was It wasn't useful. I probably would now, but I really like the German. I like the British World War II ships a lot, and I like the German World War One ships a lot. Seydlitz, man, Seydlitz is just badass sexy. I love that ship. I don't know what it is about it. It's the angle. It looks mean. It looks mean. It's very intentional. I have this Raiders of the Deep game, and I wanted to have some minis to play along with it, so I got me one of each military and merchant ship. Yeah. Well, the Dreadnought is the standard. Okay, so this is done. So now we get to do the fun part, which is we got to see what kind of supports we have. Now, I don't think I have enough. Let's look at these balsa pieces. I may actually have enough. I think that's all we have in that size. And we could use bass. I got lots of other wood, but most of it is this size that we split. I mean, I got a lot of this stuff. A lot of this. I think this is what I was using for destroyers. Building model homes. No, not model homes. Billboards, my friend. You were here last... Oh, I wasn't on last night. Yeah. Yeah, this is the... They keep getting bigger. Well, they keep overcompensating. You know? First you got the Urban Brothers. They got one certain size. And the British have to have a bigger one. And the Asians have to have an even bigger one. It just happened that way. Just saying. All right, let's see how we're looking at this. I think we can use the full Monty on this one. I think we can do the whole thing on this one. So, let's cork it. Let's cork it. Is being on here a while good for you? I guess so. Yeah, I wouldn't want to work on this hobby by myself. And I really wish I could watch a movie or something like that and do this, but I can't. If I was raised, or I was trained, my trainer. Now, I was raised that if the TV is on, I have to be watching it. Otherwise, it needs to just shut the fuck up. I can't just have the TV on, just rambling. And I find it extremely distracting. Extremely distracting to have it on if I'm not paying attention to it. Let's cut some of this down. And this is, I'm mainly doing this for weight. Still here, you got stream on scratch building fence out of matchsticks and coffees. You know, I have to do that. Whenever I go back to the Eastern Front, there's a lot of Eastern Front buildings. The hell is Marcus? He's supposed to be on here today. Oh well, he got busy. A lot of Eastern Front buildings, like Russian houses, that have these fences that are like coffee stirs and matchsticks. You know, that's constantly all over the place. So all right, let's go. You don't have to hustle that much, but the cool thing about this game is every time I've played, I always ask the folks, did you like all the cars? You know, because the whole point is to make them all different. Oh, look at that. It fits in there perfectly. The whole point is to make them all different, but to all be equally fun. And it seems to be that they have told me that they have enjoyed all the vehicles, which is, that's the whole point. That's the whole point, is that all of them are interesting. You know, that they're all worth playing. They all have quirks. You know, I really enjoy because I don't mind other people using them. I don't even have. I don't feel like I have to play them first. Like somebody else can play. You know, every time we play, I usually have 4 to 6 new cars. You know, we're not going to be able to add too many cars if I have to play them first. I'm not keeping score on them or anything. You know, I don't even care if I win. It's not that kind of a game. It isn't for me. Like I don't care. You know, I just want to have a good time. I don't want to drive like an idiot. You know, I try to, you know, drive well, but it's really a fun game. And of course, we'll cover this with goop and little rocks and such. Woo! We can't do it left-handed. I'm not that kind of multitasker. My left hand is holding my watch. That's all. It's overtaxed already. It's already overtaxed. Did we go 3 high on this one? We didn't. Okay, we just went 2 high on it. I may go 3 high on this thing. I may not. Okay. All right. So I think what we're going to do, instead of being so measurementy, nah, we probably need to do it the orderly way. Okay, I'm gonna use the little boys' room. I'll be right back. I am one of those that waits for an Amazon package, so I have a box and make a castle. Well, you know, yeah, yep. Well, we'll see how we do with this. I think that this won't be a castle, but I think this will be really good. Okay, so one thing I wanted to look up is I got about 40 minutes, and then I've got to for now. Okay, so I'm going to look at what a Torii gate looks. Torii gate. Okay. So it needs to have. Are they always round pillars? I don't think they are round pillars always. Okay. Curve, huh? Well. All right. We can work with that. I don't think that what I'm going to build is really going to interfere with that look. So, let's get our measuring device wherever the hell it went to. I said I want to get one of these that's longer, but we'll just make do. What kind of length are we talking about? This is 5. It's probably 6 inches. Like 6 inches. Okay, cool. So that means... Oh, did I do that correctly? Yes. Okay, so the middle is 3. And then, let's see. If we do 4 supports on this thing, let's just mark this off at inch increments. The rest of it will take care of itself. All right, so we got one there, one there, one there, one there, one there. All right. So if I put a support here, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not going to work. Okay, so we're going to do 1, 2, and 3, 4. That's what we're going to do. We'll put 2 together and 2 over there. That's what we'll do. Okay, so I need 4 of these things. So do I have enough balsa for that? This is all I have in this size. So let's assume that we make it close to this size. We could probably get 3 out of this. At this piece, I don't mind using the supports, a different material for the supports that go on the back. We could probably get away with that. This is no good for that, all right? The other alternative is only do 3. Let me make sure I don't have another piece of balsa wood in there for that. I don't know when the hell I have this balsa wood, because I am an anti-balsa wood person, as opposed to basswood. I'm not anymore, though. Not after this. I don't think I have any more. Oh, that's all she wrote. Okay, well this is almost the same size. As a matter of fact, it is the same size. It's just basswood. Okay, all right, that's good. So what if I use this for the supports, but the basswood for the actual things? Do I have enough then? Because I'm looking for about this much. And then the same thing here. We can make 2 of these. Okay. Can I get a third one out of it? Probably. Okay, do I have any more of this? I mean, it's kind of a pain that I don't have exactly what I need, but it's kind of cool that I'm using stuff that I've had forever. Come on, certainly I have. I bet we can make this work. I could just do 3 supports, but I was like, let's do 4, man. It's kind of cool. You can't get much bigger than this because that's about as wide as it's going to print. No, that's all she wrote. Okay. Let's make sure that we don't... This one's square. Fried spam sandwich. I don't think I've ever had fried spam. I don't think I've had spam in decades. I suspect. Oh, that's not true. When we went to Colorado, what would that have been? 2000. We'll call it 2018. There was this one place that had one of our snow vacations. That had. I better be careful. Let's see, if I cut this about here, am I going to have enough? All right, first of all, let's cut this save as much of this as we can. And then we'll split this in half, and this will be how tall we make it. There was this place that was almost like a rice bowl type quick service Hawaiian theme place in Colorado, which is damn near the most un-Hawaiian like place ever. Well, in the United States anyways. I don't know, the Northeast is probably less Hawaiian than anything else, but ooh, I know I can get a third one. I don't think I can get 4 out of it. Damn it, man. All right. How much square do we have? Well, I could do 2 rectangulars and 2 squares. All right. See. There it is again, getting loose on itself. Anyways, they had a rice bowl that had spam in it, or well, that's probably the last time I had spam. But spam, I was going to say, reminds me of, I don't remember if I liked it. I don't think I was that impressed with it. It's one of those things I remember from like the late 70s, like Steakums, that were like, oh, these things are great. And then you have one in modern day, and you're like, what kind of crap is this? All right, we need to make this at least this tall, if not taller, because it's bigger. So I think something like this height is good. Not crazy, but I mean something like that. So if I do 2 of those, okay, and then we do 2 of these. Ooh, I don't know if we got enough. Oh, we don't. Son of a bitch. I guess we could use a combination of balsa in this, considering it's the same size. Could do that. Man, you gotta improvise, man. This is like improvisational theater. This side that has that label that I'm dealing with. Let's cut this down. We have 2 balsas and 2 basses. Right, let's cut these down now. And this also will help to realize, okay, I don't like it with 3, or I do like it with 4, or 2 doesn't work, or, you know. I said, I don't have I'm not following a recipe where I have to build it a certain way. So using the materials that we have, it's just a lot more difficult to cut this bass with than it is the balsa. It's also a hell of a lot more durable. But It's not like this is a super durable thing, anyways. Because if you ham fist this thing, it's going to be over for it. So tread lightly. I'm going to put the bass ones towards the outside. We're going to make the two middle ones balsa. Okay, have we determined where they're going to go? 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Okay, so maybe they need to go in between those things. Or these are the two outside ones. Those are the two outside ones, and then the inside ones will be these two, and we'll have an uneven, it won't be even. So it will be, these two will be closer to each other. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that. Okay, all right, let's go. Let's fire this bitch up. Oh. Let's not fuck up. Okay, we're doing the same thing with the other side, which is here. This is the magic right here. And this one's been good to me. I was afraid of buying one of these that just sucked. And this one has been good. I got it on Amazon. It's a Gorilla Glue model. Whatever. I just figured there was some ownership instead of, just some rando. Now it's going to sink all the way into here. Okay. And there's a chance it might be too tall. But whatever. We'll just, I think that they're all proportional. Okay, and then this one's, these two, so it's going to go like this, and it's going to be like this. And there's an even larger gap towards the middle. Well, not uneven, but even. Okay, so we're going to just run this like this. A guy in the video was kind of spending a lot of time trying to not putting the center post in, and honestly, I found the way I did it a lot quicker, less drama. But, like I said, somebody does this after I do, they might do a better job than I do because they can just use the stuff that they learned by watching my video. And maybe, maybe I'm not doing something as well as I could. You learn from it. Did I go too long on that one? I did. Shit. Okay, well that can be removed with. All right, so yeah, this that can be removed. Okay, so now we've got this design where you got 2 and 2. Looks believable. Looks believable. All right, now this is going to fit in here. It's going to fit all the way to the bottom. This method is working really well. Let's not mess it up. That's not going to work when it's this tight. All right, here we go. Yep, there it is, coming out again. What do we got on here? What do we got on here? Yeah, I don't have one of those. This is working just fine. Great stream. Go to make food, coffee. Keep running PC. Have a great day. Nice work. Thanks for a great stream. Have a great day. Look more. Excellent. Have I seen Easy Red 2? No. Sounds like a horror movie. probably not going to be able to finish this one, but that's okay. Now, I'm going to do the smart thing and test it with this. That's what I should have done. And when I go to the store, I'm going to take some scraps and make sure we buy some more. We need more of this size, I think, and more of the little trim pieces. And everything else we can make work with what we have. Okay, I think that's pretty good. All right, the next one is going to be here. And the nice thing about using the cork is it kind of closes up. So it adds some extra friction. It's okay if we lose that part. I mean, the lineup is really good. If you're off a little bit, you're off a little bit. I'm going to fill this with, let's try to remember to stick the hot glue gun in here before we start doing the supports. Although, you know, the supports are really just for look. They're not necessarily to actually support the thing. You need to pretend this is a real thing, even though it's just, you know, it's just a make-believe thing, you know. Now, if you're playing with that physics nerds, like, I built that thing wrong. There's no way that thing would stay together, the coefficient. They'll get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Your mom says dinner's ready. Get the fuck out of here. Look at this. Mira eso. Mira eso. No, this just needs to go. That means the sizing on it is exactly where it needs to be. It just needs to go deeper. And you know, I might encounter some hot glue that's down here or whatever. It's not a big deal. It doesn't have to go all the way to the bottom. There's going to be enough grippage on the side of this. Shouldn't be an issue. I mean, realistically, if this thing was like sideways like this, it'd probably still look okay too, because that's the kind of world these people live in. And I prefer this side like this, and it gives me more room to do the supports on the back. Yeah, I think that is good. And if we need more weight, we can hide some weights in here or something like that, if this one ends up being like... Now, the interesting thing about it is this one is taller than the supports here. So you can put this behind the runway, right? Yeah, we're gonna add some weights to that. Actually, you could add this one too. It's only this one that is, well, you know, it's the first one I did. You don't want to run it back there because it obscures some of the sign. But that's just based on, you know, the size that it is. So that's cool. That's cool. All right, let's hot glue gun this joker in. I'm gonna be kind of quick about it. Just, yep, and there, and there, and there. Okay. Now this is wanting to fall forward a little bit. Not a problem. Not a problem. We're going to go ahead and build as normal. Now, how many supports do we have? How am I doing on time? I think this is about the right height. I don't think I have enough to do. I've got, let's see, I can make 2 out of these, and I'm missing 1 then. And I definitely want to make this out of balsa, because we got to cut that angle, and that's a pain in the butt to do if it's not balsa. Do I have more? Is there something I can make work? We can make 3 out of them. Okay. I think what we're going to do is we're going to stop here. We're going to stop here, and because I'm not going to be able to finish this, but obviously we're going to stick this on afterwards after we're done with everything. But yeah, you want to use that one. That one has the best quality. You can see all these things on here. Anyhow, we made some good progress. Super easy to do. I mean, I like this one. I like this one even more because of the supports. So, just give it some stuff that's worth looking at, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, I got lots of things I can add for weight. It's not going to take much. This isn't that heavy. Like I said, I would have never thought to use this stuff. I would have never thought to use this. I would have used whole pieces of wood, sheets. I got plenty of sheets of wood. That would have added more weight. Would have made this tipping over more likely. So I don't know whether he put that thought into it, but this is actually really cool material. So, all right, folks.